Should I tell everybody to sit down? Give them a minute? Yeah. Thank you. Good evening. If everyone can proceed to their seats, we'll be starting in a moment. I think I'm good. Let's just hit the consent agenda, move it, then read it and ask for holds, then vote it. Yeah. All right. Just the motions. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Good evening. It being 7 p.m., I'd like to call the special town meeting to order. Welcome. First order of business is please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. My name is Maura Curran. I'm the town moderator and will be presiding over tonight's meeting. I have been advised by the town clerk that the warrant has been properly served, and I would entertain a motion to dispense of the formal reading of the warrant that was posted on March 24th, 2026. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. The motion, I declare it passed. I'd like to appoint the deputy moderator. I've nominated John Dennehy as our assistant moderator for the meeting and have confirmed with the clerk that not only John Dennehy, but also the tellers have been duly sworn in. The tellers this evening are Richard Harding, Ann Breen, Richard Lambert, Kathy McGowan, Chris Marachi, Linda Plowman, Allison Short, Penny Scott Pipes, Carolyn Sones, and Kylie Storm Dooley. Thank you all for volunteering and for stepping forth to help us out with town meeting this evening. I'd also like, before we continue, to thank our town clerk and her office, Kathy Gardner, and all of her staff who do so much work to put this town meeting together. Please give them all a round of applause to say thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the Select Board Chair, Andrew Goodrich, to introduce his board.
Thank you. I'll also introduce some of our staff. We have our Finance Director, Nancy Holt, our Town Administrator, Jim Boudreau, Vice Chair, Susan Harrison, we've Clerk, Jamie Gilmore, and members, Freya Schlegel, Dr. Athanasenko, and we have our legal counsel, Brian Bertrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'd like to ask the Chair of the Advisory, Dan McGuigan, to also introduce his board.
Thank you. We have Missy Seidel, Jerry Kelly, Linda Ferguson, Megan Bigelow, Laura Jameson, and Marta Cosmo. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'd also ask Nicole Brandolini, Chair of the School Committee, to come forward.
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce tonight members Janice Limbaum, Maria Fenwick, Peter Gates. We also have Interim Superintendent Thomas Robb with us and our Interim Director of Business and Finance, Irene Houle. I'd also like to take a quick second to recognize Peter Gates tonight, who's not running for re-election, and thank him for 9 years of dedicated service on the Scituate School Committee. He's been a tireless advocate of special education and a fantastic advocate for financial just stewardship of our budget for Scituate over the past near decade. So we thank him for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And I'd like to invite up Mike Gibson, Chair of the Capital Planning Committee.
Good evening. In addition to myself, voting members include Chris Karcha, Nick Damasio, and Ollie Four.
Thank you, Mike. Just a couple of quick announcements. Upcoming events, don't forget Ship Shape Day on May 2nd to help beautify Scituate. And then before we proceed, I would also like to take a moment of silence to remember and honor those that have served the town of Scituate, but that have passed away in the past year since we last met. The following folks I would like to take a moment of silence for: William Limbacher, who served on our Planning Board, Advisory Committee, and Waterways Committee; Norman P. Duffy, Scituate Fire Department retiree; Mary L. Smith, an election worker; John Monteiro from the DPW; Virginia P. Crook from the Scituate Public Schools; Richard Agnew, former town administrator; Priscilla Mullen, town clerk's office and the Board of Health employee; and Jane M. Fallon, a former treasurer and collector. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. We have a lot of articles on the scope this evening, so we're going to try to be concise and move forward as expediently as we can. So I ask everybody to have some nice directed comments and questions for your boards as we go through. But I do need to go through some of the procedural rules of the evening. So as a moderator, I will continue to chair the meeting and decide the questions of order. I do not vote on the articles. The town of Scituate has two branches of government, the executive branch and the legislative branch, which is represented by yourselves. The purpose of this meeting is to allow you, the citizen legislators, to review these executive branch requests. You are within your rights as citizen legislators to question the executive branch and then to act upon the requests as you see fit. The advisory committee is the town meeting standing committee and meets all year round to examine executive branch budgets and other articles that come before them for review. They work hard serving on your behalf and as your watchdog, and they make recommendations to you, the voters, about each of the articles before you this evening. They've put together an extremely comprehensive book that I hope you all have on your laps, and we will help guide you through it this evening. It's about 133 pages of great data there, so thank you to the advisory board. That is no small feat. We operate under certain procedural rules. These derive from state law, the parliamentary annual town meeting time, the charter, the bylaws, and custom. That is custom. All non-voters except professional consultants advising town boards must sit in the non-voter section, which is over here to my right or up to the left side. Only registered voters of Scituate may address the meeting. However, I will ask the consent of the meeting to allow any potential non-resident voter who comes to the mic to speak. It'll be up to town meeting to grant that person that right. All persons wishing to address the meeting must identify themselves to the meeting by name and address. Speakers representing a board, community group, or a client should state this relationship during the meeting. If you are an article sponsor, make your motion before you make your speech. After making the motion, an article sponsor will be allowed up to 10 minutes for presentation. Sponsors of resolutions will be allowed 5 minutes. All motions must be seconded. No motion is in order until it has a second. Town meeting members are encouraged to speak from the center mic. I will attempt to recognize members in order as they arrive at the various microphones. There's one in the center and also one at each side as customary. Only after recognized by me, the moderator, may a member address the meeting. Shouting out from the floor and speaking without recognition is disrespectful and will not be allowed. Speakers from the floor are allowed 5 minutes on the first round of discussion on the article and 3 minutes on the second round. A speaker from the floor who wishes to address the meeting for the second time must wait until all the persons before him have spoken. I encourage, as you come to the microphones, to indicate whether or not you are in support of the motion or not, even as you summarize your comments. Speakers, please confine your remarks to the motion that is on the floor. Please address only matters of general interest and do not indulge in personal discussion or in any way attack the motives of a meeting member. You may ask questions of any town official through the moderator. Should any of you tire of the debate that's on the floor, you may offer to move the question. Please remember that this is an important procedural point, that you may not make a motion to move the question and then proceed with a speech. Simply just make the motion. A point of order relates only to the questions of procedure and is not a mechanism for reviving an article or prolonging a debate. There are no points of information. A question about an article should be raised only during the debate on the article. On voice votes, I will listen to hear if the motion passes or fails. If you question my call, please rise. If 7 or more voters rise, I will ask for a teller count. The tellers will count only those in the bleachers or on the floor seating sections. Persons standing around and in the back will not be counted. On articles that require a 2/3 vote and you question my declaration, it can be immediately challenged as well by 7 or more voters, and we will then proceed to a counted vote by the tellers as well. Lastly, please silence your cell phones. A wireless microphone is available to any of those who may need it. Just kindly raise your hand and a runner will bring it to you, and I will recognize you so you can speak. Sorry, the clerk just passed me a note. She wanted me to remind everyone who comes in is coming in late, make sure that you have your voter card should we have to go to a counted vote. Welcome. So first order of business this evening is our special town meeting. There is a consent agenda, and I will take a motion on the consent agenda. Mr. Goodrich.
I move that the town vote to take Articles 1, unpaid prior year bills, 2, FY26 budget reconciliations, 3, rescission of borrowing authorizations, 4, Affordable Housing Trust small grant non-deed restricted program out of order, and that they be passed by consent in accordance with the motions shown on the consent agenda distributed this evening.
Motion by Mr. Goodrich, second by Ms. Harrison. From the advisory board.
The advisory board voted 8-0 to remove as well.
Thank you, Mr. McGuigan. Before we vote, if anybody would like an item in the consent agenda held, I will read off the 4 different articles. Please yell hold, and we will pull that out of the main vote of the consent agenda. Article 1, unpaid prior year bills. Article 2, FY26 budget reconciliations. Article 3, rescission of borrowing authorizations. And Article 4, Affordable Housing Trust small grant non-deed restricted programs. There being no holds, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I declare it unanimously passed. We will move to Article 5 of special town meeting. Mr. Goodrich.
I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 5 of the special town meeting.
Have a motion to postpone and a second. From the advisory board, Jerry Kelly.
Another detailed write-up wasted. The advisory committee moves to indefinitely postpone Article 5.
Is there any discussion? You can come to the mic, sir. Your name and address, please.
Thank you. Thank you. If it pleases the Select Board and the town, my name is Austin Birch. I live at 81 Scituate Avenue. I'm here in support of Article 5. This is a park. This is a plot of land on the far side of the harbor across from the Mill Wharf. We've been working together with the town for the last couple of years to turn this into a park that would benefit everyone in the town. I represent the sellers, the heirs of the land. We've reached a price that is below what the town agreed to buy it in 2018. All of my clients are ready to move forward with it. It's a great deal for the town, and I don't understand what the holdup is today. I would ask that the town consider moving forward with the project and making this great park for everybody here in the town to use.
Mr.
Thank you.
Goodrich, did you want to speak to the postponement?
We are still fully in support of the project and moving forward. The issue is more, we don't have an appraisal yet, and the paper. This is more of a technical issue. We will be back. The property is amazing, but again, we don't have an appraisal. We don't have a formal review from CPC on that appraisal, and once we do, we'll be moving forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the vote on the floor is to indefinitely postpone and requires a majority vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I declare that a majority vote and Article 5 is postponed. We will move to Article 6 of Special Town Meeting. Mr. Goodrich.
I move that the town appropriate $27 million for the purpose of financing the construction of sewer pipe extension in the North Scituate area, including, without limitation, all related costs, fees, and expenses thereof, and contingent on approval by the Mass Department of Environmental Protection, and to authorize the Select Board to assess 100% of the costs to the town through a combination of betterment assessments under uniform unit method authorized by Mass General Law, Chapter 83, subsection 15, and privilege fees authorized by Mass General Law, Chapter 83, subsection 17. And the Select Board may determine what part of the cost shall be paid under each method, and further to authorize the Treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, to borrow some or all of said sum, and further that the Select Board are authorized to apply for grants, gifts, or donations for the purposes of this vote from federal, state, or private sources. And the said Select Board are hereby authorized to accept such grants, gifts, or donations on behalf of the town, and that the amount of the authorized borrowing shall be reduced by the amount of grants, gifts, and donations received prior to any such borrowing.
Motion by Mr. Goodrich. Do I have a second? Second. On the motion, Mr. Goodrich?
When I was coming here today, I was thinking that this article, besides the operating budget in the regular town meeting, might be one of the most important things that we do tonight, personally. When I went back to look, it was from the 1960s. It's the first time there was a newspaper article about the need for sewer in North Scituate. And it's been almost a running joke for years and years. People on the Select Board say, oh, it's going to come, and it never does. We can change that today. And part of the reason that we had to act so quickly was that this funding from the state will allow the town to save between $5 to $8 million. Now, again, the betterments are paid by those folks who are going to be getting the sewer. All right, so this is going to be paid by those folks, and that's how the financing comes in. But I want you to think about the amount of work year after year after year that we had to do two things. One, find the capacity for sewer. Check. Will Branton, who's part of the head of the sewer department, has done yeoman's work, as the rest of the DPW has done, to plug up those holes and do it. So it's taken years and years of work to get to this point. And what we're doing today is just the financing. This just allows us to borrow the money, and we will be, again, those folks that benefit are the ones that will be paying. And we will be, if we don't do this, we'll have to then wait, and that money, it's gonna go away. The state is not swimming in it right now. So this is our chance to save. Again, if you think you can get a better than 1.8% interest rate in the next few months, see you later. So I urge you to please support this motion.
From the Advisory Board, Chair Dan McGuigan.
The Advisory Board met with a joint meeting with the Select Board and are in full support of this motion, this article. It's a long-awaited moment for the town to really revitalize North Scituate, which has long been an area where people is used for commerce, and it's really taken a downfall since the issues with the water and the sewer in that area. We feel this is something that will greatly benefit the town, and financially, this is an opportunity that really is amazing and really should be acted upon to receive funding at that such cheap level. It really makes sense for the town, and as such, again, the advisory voted 8-0 in favor of it.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the floor? I do not see anyone at the mic. This article requires a 2/3 vote. Oh, sorry. Here you go. At the center mic, please. Name and address.
You got it. Hey, everybody. My name is Santiago Lopez Mora. I live at 12 Seymour Road, and I'm a member of the Economic Development Commission, and I just wanted to speak on this on behalf of the Commission. We also have voted unanimously to support this article for the North Scituate sewer expansion. For those of you who may not know, the mission of the EDC is to enhance the existing business community, attract new business, attract new customers, and encourage redevelopment and new development, as may be advisable in order to increase the town's property taxes, revenues, incomes, job base, and overall economic health. And we believe that more than any town project in years, this expansion is an opportunity for the economic growth that is central to that mission. The infrastructure will allow North Scituate to welcome new business opportunities, in turn boosting income and the town's job base, and this new growth will create an opportunity for new business tax revenues that will provide welcome relief to the residential tax base. We want to recognize town leaders for the hard work and preparation that have brought this opportunity. Successive select boards have prioritized North Scituate sewer despite many obstacles. Planning and zoning are in place to ensure that North Scituate remains a welcome and wonderful place to live. And the town hall has helped to save taxpayers an enormous amount by winning this financing from the state. So, for years, in closing, EDC has been raising the need for improved sewer infrastructure in North Scituate. And over the coming months, we are planning to make sure that stakeholders and residents have a strong voice in the development. But for now, we're thrilled with the progress and urge everybody to support this motion.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, again, it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. I declare it a 2/3 vote of the ayes. That commences special town meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn special town meeting. So moved, and we will move on to our annual town meeting, which will take care of fiscal year 27 budgets. We will begin with the consent agenda again, same procedure as we did for a special town meeting, few more articles included. Mr. Goodrich.
I move that the town vote to take Articles 1, compensation of elected officials, 2, reports of boards and committees, 5, Waterways Enterprise Fund, 6, Golf Course Enterprise Fund, 7, Wastewater Enterprise Fund, 8, transfer station enterprise budget. 9, water enterprise fund budget. 10, stabilization fund excess levy capacity. 11, revolving fund limits. 13, community preservation reconciliations. 14, economic development commission. 15, South Shore Vocational Technical High School Agreement Amendment, including the addition of the town of Pembroke. 16, the Mass General Law, Chapter 91 liability. 25, amend General Bylaw Section 10260 revolving funds. 28, acceptance of public way, the Carriage House Acres. 29, acceptance of public way, Colebrook Circle. 30, grant of easement, Zero Rear Driftway. 32, the local option acceptance amendment, increase room occupancy tax to 6%. 33, local option acceptance of Mass General Law 59.5 CL22G, the veterans exceptions for properties that are held in trust. 34, the local option acceptance of Mass General Law 64G 3D, subsection A, community impact fee of 3% on short-term rentals that are privately managed. Number 35, local option acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 64G, 3DB, community impact fee of 3% on short-term rentals, owner-occupied. And 36, remove the fire chief from civil service, out of order, and that they may be passed by consent in accordance with the motion shown on the consent agenda distributed this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. Just as a reminder, the consent agenda is a mechanism that we utilize for routine articles. For the advisory board, Mr. McGuigan.
The advisory board voted 8-0 in approval of the consent agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I have a second on the motion by Mr. Goodrich? Second, thank you. I failed to do that. Just as before, I'm going to read through the different articles. If anybody in the audience would like an article held and further discussed, please say hold. We will pull that article out and vote for the remaining articles that are there that you did not put a hold on. So Article 1, compensation of elected officials. Article 2, reports of boards and committees. Article 5, Waterways Enterprise Fund. Article 6, Golf Course Enterprise Fund. Article 7, the Wastewater Enterprise Fund budget. Article 8, Transfer Station Enterprise budget. And I'm sorry, guys, page 95 has a consent agenda if you're trying to follow along easily which articles are there. So if you turn to page 95 of your booklet, you'll see the full listing. Sorry about that. 10, Stabilization Fund excess levy capacity. Excuse me? 9, Water Enterprise Fund budget. 10, Stabilization Fund excess levy capacity. 11, Revolving fund limits. 13, Community Preservation reconciliations. 14, Economic Development Commission. 15, South Shore Vocational Technical High School Agreement Amendment, including the addition of the town of Pembroke. Did I hear a hold? No. Okay. 16, Mass General Law, Chapter 91, liability. 25, amend General Bylaws, Section 10260, the revolving funds. 28, acceptance of public way, Carriage House Acres. 29, acceptance of public way, Coldbrook Circle. 30, grant of easement, Zero Rear Driftway. We have a hold on Article 30. 32, local option acceptance amendment, increase room occupancy tax to 6%. 33, local option acceptance, Mass General Law, Chapters 59 222G, the veterans exemptions for properties held in trust. 34, local option acceptance, Mass General Law 64G and 3DA, community impact fee of 3% on short-term rentals, privately managed. Hold on, 34. 35, local option acceptance, Mass General Law 64G and 3DB, community impact fee of 3% on short-term rentals, owner-occupied. And 36, remove fire chief from civil service. Okay, so I have 30, 32, 34, and 35 held. Removing those, we'll take a vote. It requires 2/3 on the remaining articles. Then we will go back and discuss 30, 32, 34, and 35. All those in favor of the articles still remaining in the consent agenda to be passed, say aye. All those opposed? Unanimously, the consent agenda passes. We will then move to Article 30 of annual town meeting. Excuse me? Oh, all right. Okay. So what we're going to do, since we pulled those out, we will take them in order as we move through the rest of the meeting. So obviously Article 30 will come after Article 29. Thank you. All right, before we move to Article 3, the capital plan, I'd like to invite two of our leaders up to give you a state of the town. We'll first hear from Andrew Goodrich from the Select Board briefly, and then Superintendent Tom Rabb from the schools to give you an update as to the state of the town. Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you. We have to first recognize two longstanding employees who have done so much work for us over the years, because this is going to be their last, unfortunately, their last official town meeting. And that would be our Council of Aging Director, Linda Kelly, and also our Building Inspector, Bob Vogel. So if you two would please stand up. Today's Wall Street Journal had this great article about South Hadley, Mass. It's never good when local communities are in the paper. Tomorrow, South Hadley will be voting on a 50% property tax increase. In Marshfield, they're seeking emergency overrides of $7.4 million. Norwell looking for $3.7 million. Hanson, a $2 million shortfall. Whitman had a failed override, is now looking emergency funds for $2 million. Duxbury has to now go back for $1.89 million. Abington is looking to close 30, fire 30 teachers. They're down $1.76 million. Halifax, a possible $1 million override. Kingston down by $300,000. Combined, Plymouth County alone is looking for over $22 million. The Globe and other newspapers have said that this is a fiscal perfect storm for communities. Now, Scituate's pretty good at managing storms, but there's a lot of issues still to be left. How in the world are we here today? Because I was here last year telling you we're going to be in trouble. But we still have 4 fewer full-time employees than just a few years ago. We've instituted a hiring freeze. We tried to get creative and have even allowed some limited residents from Norwell to use our transfer station. We readjusted our cost sharing with the schools, and if we didn't do that, we'd be in a lot tougher situation. Our new growth revenue has gone from 1.8 million down to this year 700,000. So that's a $1.1 million cut. Our healthcare costs are up 47%. Energy costs are up 30%. Asphalt, which by the way is a petroleum-based product, up 20% just this year. So when folks talk about where your money is going, because I get it. I feel the same thing too. You keep paying and you feel like you're getting the same in return. No, that money is going to Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's going to the gas companies. It's going to the energy companies that are taking it. That's where the costs are going. It's not being mismanaged. So here we are today with a very austere budget. We're not looking for an increase. This is a flat, service-based, even-keel budget. It's going to be hard. The storm is not over. You have to realize how amazing our town employees are and how much they care about the taxpayers and their dollars. I'm so thankful we're not in these other positions. So tonight, we're going to be talking about, and I mean this sincerely, these are good problems to have. Moorings, the height of a deck, some parking. These are good. This is a healthy town. We will get through the storm. We have before, and we will. But I'm just trying to set everyone to understand, because we feel it at home, we feel it here. I want to thank all of you for being so understanding, and let's be thankful for the good problems that we have, and let's work for next year, and I look forward to working with all of you as we get through the rest of the storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. From the schools, Superintendent Tom Rapp.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I spent most of my career as a business manager, so tonight I'm not going to talk about money for all the reasons that Mr. Goodrich just mentioned. I'm pleased to share the state of the Scituate Public Schools. Over the past year, our district has made meaningful progress through strong collaboration among educators, staff, town leadership, and the broader community. Together, we remain committed to supporting every student's academic success, well-being, and future readiness. One of our key priorities has been strengthening communication with families in the community, and this year we successfully transitioned to a Parent Square communication platform and launched a redesigned district website. These improvements made it easier for families, students, and staff to stay informed, connected, and engaged in school life. Across the district, we have deepened our implementation of multi-tiered systems of support, and at every level, elementary, middle, and high school, educators are using academic, social, emotional, and behavioral data to ensure that all students receive the support they need. From redesigned data meetings in our elementary schools to whole child reviews at Gates Middle School and collaborative data analysis at the high school, we're strengthening our ability to respond to each student as an individual learner. Academically, the Scituate Public Schools continues to demonstrate strong performance. All 6 schools were designated by the state as making substantial progress toward targets as part of the state accountability system. At the elementary level, we have strengthened our use of data-driven instruction through benchmark assessments and targeted What I Need Now groups. Our educators are using high-quality instructional materials and screening tools to ensure that our students build strong foundations in literacy and mathematics. Across all grade levels, curriculum and instruction continue to evolve. In content areas of English, language arts, and mathematics, we have implemented new assessments and are refining our instructional practices. In science and engineering, we're expanding course offerings, including Project Lead the Way, dual enrollment opportunities that allow students to earn college credit while still in high school. Our students continue to excel in extracurricular programs with notable achievements in robotics, mathematics, and business competitions. Our fine and performing arts programs have been enhanced with upgraded technology, including new iMac workstations that support creative learning in areas such as digital media, music production, and design. Similarly, our world language program continues to promote global competence with more students working toward the seal of biliteracy. We're preparing students for life beyond high school, and that remains our central focus. Through programs like DECA, internships, and Credit for Life, students gain real-world experience, financial literacy, and career readiness skills. These opportunities help bridge the gap between classroom learning and future success. Equally important is our commitment to student wellness and safety. Our counseling teams continue to provide comprehensive social emotional support while also guiding students through college and career planning. We've also continued to invest in our school facilities. This year brought important upgrades across the district, including new windows and shades at Jenkins Elementary, accessibility improvements and ongoing renovations at Wampatuck, and the completion of a multi-year locker room renovation project here at Scituate High School. These improvements ensure that our learning environments are safe, modern, and supportive of student needs. Looking ahead, one of the most exciting developments is the progress of the new elementary school at the Hathley site. Construction is underway following a successful design and bidding process, and we look forward to opening the new school in September of 2027. This project represents a significant investment in the future of our community. In closing, the progress we celebrate today is the result of a shared commitment to excellence. And while we are proud of how far we've come, we remain focused on the work ahead, continuing to improve, innovate, and support every student in reaching their full potential. Thank you for your continued partnership and support of the Scituate Public Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Rabb. We will proceed to Article 3 of Annual Town Meeting. On the motion, Mr. Goodrich from the Select Board.
I move that the town appropriate, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $16,656,263 for the purpose of funding the costs of the capital improvement plan submitted in accordance with Section 6-6 of the Scituate Town Charter as printed in the warrant, and fund such appropriation transfer from the said following funds listed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? I think you have to read it, Andrew.
I do need to read it.
Yep, sorry.
I have to read this. Sorry. Transfer from the following available funds. Free cash, $5,062,811.79. Beach revolving fund, $55,400. Water enterprise retained earnings, $948,141.46. Sewer enterprise retained earnings, 91 cents. Transfer station enterprise retained earnings, $17,640. Waterways enterprise retained earnings, $291,279.05. Widows Walk Golf enterprise retained earnings, $138,862.97.
He's still reading his motion, so let's see what page in the advisory book. He's reading the motion for the capital improvement plan, and because the town is proposing to take funds from a variety of different line items, the law requires us to read them out loud.
Slower.
Page 26.
Try not to lose my place. Sorry.
And just for future, please go to the mic if you have a question, please. Thank you.
All right. Premiums reserved for water enterprise debt, $6,565.96. Premiums reserved for waterways enterprise debt, $649.34. Premiums reserved for sewer enterprise debt, $4,225.90. Premiums reserved for general fund debt, $13,309.54. Library renovations from special town meeting 1112, Article 12, $40,000. Engineering vehicle annual town meeting 0425, Article 3C, $5. New sidewalk tractor Annual Town Meeting, 423, Article 3H, $2,430. The replaced 2001 trash truck, Annual Town Meeting, 0422, Article 3T, $2,430. Cemetery Maintenance Database, Annual Town Meeting, 0422, Article 3U, $31,273.34. New deck mower, Annual Town Meeting, 0423, Article 3E, $6,874.33. New holder C70 sidewalk machine, Annual Town Meeting, 0424, Article 3L, for $637.22. Electric ride-on mowers, Annual Town Meeting, 0424, Article 3M, $3,391.16. Replace truck 2-8, $3,500. Dump, Annual Town Meeting, 0428, Article 3N, $8,512. Replace 210, 2013, Chevrolet 2, Annual Town Meeting, 0425, Article 3J, $12,491.82. Facilities Handyman Vehicle, Annual Town Meeting, 0620, Article 3L, $2.10. Facility Vehicle, Annual Town Meeting, 0421, Article 3K, $965.90. Replace Maritime ADA Ramp, Annual Town Meeting, 422, Article 3P, $95,000. Replace HVAC Cargo Van, Annual Town Meeting, 0425, Article 3K, $12,203.92. Replace 2015 Command Vehicle, Annual Town Meeting, 0425, Article 3P, $10,683.60. Athletic Field Special Town Meeting, 1220, Article 5, $747.95. Unpaid bills, Special Town Meeting, 1124, Article 1, $587.33. Maintenance Equipment, Special Town Meeting, 1021, Article 5.1, $16,439.65. Pump Station Irrigation System, from 1021, Article 5.2, $35,574.13. Replacement of Ground Master, Annual Town Meeting, 0425, Article 3Z, 25 cents. Clarifier Upgrade, Annual Town Meeting, 0421, Article 3U, $175,698.46. Automated Aeration Valves, Annual Town Meeting, 0422, Article 3LL, $80,617. Replace 5-1 Ranger, Annual Town Meeting, 0422, Article 3MM, $1,000. Replace HVAC at Plant, Annual Town Meeting, 0425, Article 3V, for 73 cents. Engineering Hummerock Mains, Annual Town Meeting, 0412, Article 3T, $292.58. Pump Out Station Jericho, Annual Town Meeting, 0422, Article 3U, $18,394.37. Grant matches designated the Engineering Building Special Town Meeting, Article 7, $33,828.24. And authorize the Treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, to borrow the sum of $9,527,295 in accordance with Master General Law 4478 or any other enabling authority for the purpose as indicated in the printed warrant, and further that the Select Board are authorized to apply for grants, gifts, and donations for the purposes of this vote from federal, state, and private sources. And the said Select Board are hereby authorized to accept such grants, gifts, or donations on behalf of the town, and the amendment of the authorized borrowing shall be reduced by the amounts of grants, gifts, and donations received prior to such borrowing.
Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Goodrich, any commentary before advisory? No? Okay. For the advisory board, Dan McGuigan.
The advisory committee voted unanimously in favor of the capital improvement plan. The capital improvement committee put forth a sensible plan, only recommending projects put before them that made fiscal sense. In their presentation to us, they had sound fiscal responsibility reasoning behind all of their decisions. It was 8-0.
Thank you. For the capital planning board, Chair Mike Gibson.
Good evening, everyone. So for context, all of those sources that Andrew is reading off of, if you look at the funding source next to the items, wherever there's an unspent article, it's from a prior town meeting, it's leftover funding. So if the town was able to buy something for less than we appropriated, we're now reallocating it for here. Now to get into tonight. So for fiscal 27 capital plan, it includes $16,656,263 of requests. Of that, 57.2% of the plan includes borrowing. 42.3% of that borrowing is supported through enterprise fund receipts, and 14.9% of the borrowing is supported by the general tax levy. For context, fiscal 26 capital plan included approximately 13.1 million of requests, with 61% of that plan funded through borrowing. In fiscal 25, it was a $22 million plan. 82% of that plan was funded through borrowing, and that doesn't include the new elementary school, which we also voted on that year. There's several requests that I'd like to call out, and you can follow along in either the warrant or the advisory booklet on page 26 by referencing the corresponding item. Items A and B are renovations to the high school gym for $1 million and the Wampatuck preschool spaces, the amount of $900,000. Both are funded through free cash, and with Wampatuck, there's also some funding left over from prior unspent articles. The high school gym, I believe, is pretty self-explanatory, considering we're all sitting here tonight and we're aware of its dated nature. The gym's about 65 years old and approaching the end of life, and this will include renovation of the floor and bleachers and hopefully the sound system. The Wampatuck renovation of preschool spaces will turn the existing space into K through 5 classrooms once the preschool activities move over to the new elementary school. The need for new classrooms is a result of the town-wide redistricting plan. We don't yet know how many additional classrooms are needed, and we have to wait until the redistricting plan is approved by the school committee in mid-May. However, that $900,000 amount is the high watermark. It's the most we'll pay if a 6th classroom is needed, which will result in an addition to the Wampatuck school. Item T is the police department firearms training range, $2,488,088, funded through borrowing supported by the town's general tax levy. So this will fit into our current debt service, which is already accounted for in the town's operating budget and the amount we've set aside. So by that, I mean there's no additional tax increase for this borrowing. This request has been on the long-term capital plan for years, and it's been something we've actively discussed for the last 3 years. In short, the places that our officers train and to meet their qualification requirements for shooting keep decreasing, causing our overtime budget to increase, all while the cost of building a new facility, one we've been watching for several years, keeps increasing. This facility would result in nearly $35,000 in annual potential overtime savings, which would take pressure off the police department's operating budget. In addition, based on the newly created firearms revolving fund, which was passed earlier via the consent agenda, there's the potential to offset the operating costs of this facility by renting it out to other police departments. A conservative estimate of 25 rental days would generate $37,500. After operating costs of nearly $16,000, it would produce net revenue of over $21,000. Now, this is not intended to fund the borrowing costs. It's intended to offset the operating costs of this going forward. Item EE is the Headworks Sewer and Stormwater System Upgrade, $5,985,750, funding through borrowing, supported by the Wastewater Enterprise Fund receipts. This is a major improvement to the initial stage of the treatment for the facility, which should take pressure off of and protect the downstream components from further wear and tear. This was part of a comprehensive facilities study and was noted as a critical need and top priority for the sewer system. Now, during special town meeting earlier, we approved the North Scituate sewer expansion. They need to have sufficient cash flow to be able to fund that service prior to betterments that will be funded after it's been built. Sewer Enterprise Fund has sufficient cash flow to fund that debt service as well as this debt service going forward. So those are the items I wanted to highlight. The committee voted unanimously 4-0 to recommend all but 3 requests of the plan. Those unanimous votes include the 4 items I just highlighted. The committee voted 3-1 to recommend item M, which is a new protective fire suppression and spill containment canopy down at the DPW highway yard. However, the committee voted to not recommend two requests. Item C, MS4, municipal separate sewer stormwater system, $180,000 funded through free cash. The committee voted 1-3 against recommending. MS4 relates to the town's annual requirement to test for pollutants in our stormwater as mandated by the federal government. We are now in year 7 of this testing. This is not a new or novel thing. The committee believes that this is improperly included as a capital request, a point which we've made at town meetings for several years. Under town policies, an item submitted as a capital expenditure must be in excess of $25,000 and have a useful life of at least 5 years. Since this request is an annual expense that's required for compliance with laws, it's the belief of the Capital Planning Committee that this ought to be included in DPW's operating budget. And finally, item J, replace 1986 pickup truck for the fire department, $85,000 funded through free cash. The committee voted 0-4 against this item. This is to replace a Mass DCR pickup truck. And while it's owned by the DCR, it's been on loan to the Scituate Fire Department for several years. Since it's a DCR-owned vehicle, it has no salvage value to the town, and we're not able to sell it to offset the cost of a replacement vehicle. The truck is not currently utilized for daily service due to its poor condition, and as such, the committee believes that this shouldn't be classified as a replacement, but a net new vehicle to the fleet. Since the fire department is currently able to meet its service levels, we believe that it should not warrant an additional vehicle and voted against this request. We're happy to answer any questions you have for us or the rest of the town.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Before we go to discussion, we're going to handle the capital improvement plan similar to the way in which we do the consent agenda. I'm going to call out the line items. If there is a line item that you would like held to have further discussion, please say hold, and we will pull that out of the initial vote and address each of those line items separately. So if you are in line and you are here to speak about something other than what is going to be held, you just please pay attention because we're going to take those items that are held in order. So I'll go through and start reading. Item A, the large gym. Item B, Wampatuck renovation of the preschool spaces. C, MS4. D, flood prevention measures. E, foreshore protection. F, replace harbor master gazebo. G, Siemens controls supervisor. H, fire gear replacement. I, replace 2017 cardiac monitors. J, replace a 1986 truck. Do I hear a hold on J? Okay. K, replace fire attack hose lines. L, roadways, sidewalks, and drainage. M, new protective fire suppression and spill containment. N, replace the 2011 brine maker. O, replace the 2019 Chevrolet truck. P, police and fire mobile data terminals. Q, virtual server environment replacement. Hold on what? P? I hear a hold on P as in Peter. Q, the virtual environment replacement. R, telephone system replacement. S, refinishing clapboard siding. T, police firearms training range. We have a hold on T as in Tom. Yep, got it. U, police marine unit. V, replace 1996 rotary lift. W, new robotic mowers. X, replace existing and install new sidewalks. Y, townwide facility plan, year 6. Z, portable ADA station. Z as in zebra is held. Double A, modification of the WPA building. Double B, replacing 2016 triflex. Double C, SCADA phased improvements. Double D, First Parish Pump Station. Double E, Headworks upgrade. Hold on double E. Double F, design new reservoir raw water intake. Double G, replace 2014 Chevrolet Volt. Double H, 10-year meter replacement cycle program. I, well 17A raw water source. Double I, sorry. Double J, town pier rehabilitation. And double K, mooring field regrid design. All right. So we are going to discuss separately items J, P as in Peter, T as in Tom, Z as in zebra, and double E. Does anybody disagree with that? Nancy, did you come up with the same? Okay, great. So with that, we have a motion and a second for the capital improvement plan, which requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of the capital improvement plan, less those items that were held, please say aye. All those opposed? It's a unanimous 2/3 vote. The capital plan passes. Now we will go to the first item that was held, which is item J. Would the speaker who called out for item J hold please come to the mic? Your name and address, ma'am?
Nancy Bartlett, Clap Road. And if the capital planning seems to feel that it's unnecessary, can we hear from the police, or the fire chief rather, as to why it's necessary, if we can do the job without it?
Absolutely. Chief Donovan?
Thank you. This not only replacing a 1986 DCR truck, we also had a 1995 pickup truck we traded in a few years ago when we were able to pick up a mini pumper on a federal AFG grant. There was about a $10,000 shortage, so that truck was used as part of the trade-in. This truck is going to be used primarily for a lot of our day-to-day operations by our mechanic. Right now we have to borrow a truck from the DPW with a hydraulic lift gate if we have to move anything heavy. We do a lot of our tire service. We don't have the tire, when the tires are serviced, we don't have the truck come to us. We bring the tire over to Rockland. And to do that, we'll utilize the hydraulic lift gate to get this out. We've got over, I think we have about half a dozen trailer, whether boats or hazmat trailers. We need more ability to pull these trailers in case of an emergency. So this is something we've put off for a long time. When we lost the 95, we were trying to rely on the 86, which when it came to Scituate, it was already 24 years old. So it's it kind of filled the gap. But at the time, during those years, we had other vehicles we were trying to replace in town meeting, and they were being denied. So we've always been playing catch up. Right now, as another alternative to this, the mechanic uses his own personal truck to do those runs to Rockland as well, and it's just it's time, and we just want to take this opportunity to get it now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any further discussion on item J? If there is, please come to the mic. I do not see anybody wanting to further discuss J. We're going to move this vote right now as well. All those in favor of replacing the pickup truck item J for $85,000 say aye. All those opposed? I declare that 2/3. Item J passes. Would the resident who held item P as in Peter please step up to the mic? That is the police and fire mobile data terminal. There being no one that seems to want to speak to that, I will take a vote on item P as in Peter. All those in favor of item P, the police and fire mobile data terminal for $140,000 from free cash, say aye. All those opposed? I declare that 2/3 vote yes. The next item is item T as in Tom, the police firearms training range. Are the folks in front of the mic here to speak to that? Madam in the center mic?
Yes.
Your name and address, please.
Holly Clark, 78 Norwell Avenue. I have a question about this. I'm opposed to spending 15% of a capital budget on police firearms training range. I believe what I heard was there's $35,000 of overtime paid versus 2.48 million and change. Is that what I heard?
Yes, the town administrator is saying yes. Yes.
So the $35,000 of overtime seems like a lot less money than borrowing almost $2.5 million. So I'm opposed to that spending. And of the borrowing as funding source on this budget of $16.6 million, that's between 1/3 and 40% of the borrowing suggested here. And I think that that is excessive. And I'm opposed to item T.
Thank you. Any comment? From the Capital Planning Committee?
Sure. So the borrowing, it comes out of the general fund. So we issue general bonds every year to be able to pay for borrowing. This would fit into an annual bond that we would issue, but it's not going to increase the town's taxes. So we set aside about 15% of our operating budget to fund debt service. That gives us a cushion in our capital plan to be able to fund these long-term projects. So that's the funding source of it. In terms of the $35,000 for overtime, again, the plan is not to completely eliminate that. It should eliminate that, right? It'll bring down the overtime costs, so it'll alleviate pressure. And when we're talking about an operating budget where we really don't have any margin for error right now, anything that we can save for a further year is beneficial. And since we have the borrowing capacity right now, like I said, it fits within our tax levy, we felt it was appropriate to include this year. Again, it's not meant to replace one for one. The idea of renting it out to other police departments and creating the revolving fund is to offset the operating costs going forward. Hopefully that answers.
Anything additional? Jim Boudreau, Town Administrator.
So let me address the $35,000. The article is not about saving money to pay for this. This article is about training for our police officers. We currently have very few places to shoot. The places we do shoot are outside. They're in the daytime. The officers go, they qualify with their weapons, and they leave. There are no scenario bases. There is nothing that gets their heart rate up. There is nothing that gets their adrenaline pumping. There is no night shooting. There is no long shooting. And those places are running out. To give you an example, we had a one bay here that the chief invited me in. The armorer gave me a pistol, set me up. I've handled guns before. I did a pretty good job. Then he handed me a ballistic shield. He said, put the pistol around it and advance towards the target. I said, I can do this. Then he shut the lights off. And he turned on blue and red lights. I didn't do very well. And that's the simplest one that we did. This new facility is a 4-bay facility. It will allow for scenario-based training, domestic violence, hostage situations, multiple officers training together at the same time, and the ability when we are done to sit down with those officers and say, why did you take this route? Why did you take this route? Okay, the facility also knows if the officer draws their weapon or draws their taser. It takes all those things into consideration. It gets heart rates up, it gets adrenaline up, it gives us the type of training that our officers need and deserve. Really the choice for town meeting is, do we want to provide the best training possible for our officers and hope we never need it? Or do we want to say, you know what, go shoot, do the bare minimum, and we hope the worst doesn't happen, we're okay. So this is about training, not saving. The $35,000 in saving, the allowing other departments to come, that will help cover the operating cost of this. Also allowing other departments to come. If an incident occurs, we will not be alone. So we want to make sure that those departments that surround us have trained on the same units that we have trained with us. So God forbid, if we get in a situation where our officers have to pull out that service weapon, we know that they've received the maximum amount of the best training that we can give them. That's what this is about. That's why it's recommended. As Capitol said, it actually was part of the original police station project. It was stripped out. It's been on the capital budget. It was brought up in 23. It's been on 24, 25, 26, and now it's up on 27. The two-bay station has gone up 30% since 2025. So we have the ability, we have the funds, we need to do this to provide our officers with the training they need and you deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. Gentleman to my left.
Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. I mean, on a pure economic basis, it's obvious that this doesn't pay for the $2.4 or $5 million. It's 40 to 50 years that we would break even. The idea that it isn't costing us borrowing money doesn't meet it my mind, because all the places that we have free cash here probably would be covered by this $2.5 million. And so therefore, we wouldn't have to use all the borrowing limit, which means we'd have more money free for whatever else we need to do in town. So we just built the police station. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't include that in the design then. I don't think this has changed that much, the requirements and the training for police, since we opened the police fire station, which, I don't know, is it 2015 or so? On the dates I don't have. And I kind of think, why haven't we discussed this with all the other towns in the area that need to train there, and build a facility and split the cost like we do the VOTEC? I mean, why do we have to, as a town, provide the facility for the 20 towns that are around here that are probably going to come and train at it? And that doesn't make sense either. It seems like this was not a fully thought out process. And the other thing is, I got to believe there's someplace that you can do this training. I know that Waltham you can do it because I've been to their firing range at their police station, and they have an extensive one. And I'm sure the city of Boston has a pretty extensive one. They have a large police force that deals with many more instances and problems than we will in this town. So I just have a hard time supporting spending this much money, especially after we've been told that our budget is this tight. We could use the money somewhere else right now.
Thank you. For the town, Mr. Boudreau.
Yeah, I'm only going to take part of it.
1 minute.
The $2.8 million is a borrowing, so that does not come out of the budget. That's $2.8 million. All that comes out of the budget is the annual cost of that over 20 years, which is nowhere near the $2.8 million. Nor can you borrow $2.8 million and use it on the operating budget. So this is not taking $2.8 million out of the operating budget and putting it on capital. It's separate buckets that we lose. So I'll let the chief talk about the shooting and some of the other things, but just from a funding standpoint, again, this was never approved because it would pay for itself. This was approved because we need to provide this type of training to our officers so that they are ready if, again, God forbid, we are ever in that situation where they have to go and respond to some sort of situation that causes them to have to pull those weapons out of their holsters. Chief.
Chief Thompson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know this can be an interesting topic for everybody to discuss tonight, and I appreciate the debate that goes around with this and an understanding. To a couple of the points that were just brought up, we built a new police station in 2017. We opened it in March of 2017. There was a lot of discussion in the years leading up to that in that design that would have included a firing range. Prior chief that was here, Chief Stewart and I worked together. We knew that a range was something that we needed here in Scituate. We knew that it was something that long term we were going to have increasing level of difficulty having the correct type of training environment that we needed. Unfortunately, at the time, due to cost constraints, the range was taken out.
but it was something we continue to talk about over the years. So this has been something really we've identified and known that it's a requirement for the town. And I want to talk a little bit more about what this training really is. It's broader than just firearms. But to that point, a couple of things that have been brought up. We trained for years at Moon Island in Boston. We trained on the Boston Range. We've trained in Hanover. We've trained in Hanson. We've trained in a number of other places. We trained in Scituate back when it was the Rod and Gun Club. Unfortunately, these facilities, like the Rod and Gun Club, no longer meet the needs of what a modern police department and law enforcement needs to have. There are a lot of requirements that are put on police officers today, and simply going out to the woods to a simple target shooting area is not fulfilling that requirement. But beyond that, with the weapon systems we use, we're not just simply using a sidearm anymore. We have to train with a rifle. Most ranges do not let us train with a rifle, so they're out of the equation to begin with. Increasingly, outdoor ranges, people don't want them in their neighborhoods. They don't want the sound. They don't want ranges in their neighborhood. I guess I'll just say that. So the number of places that police departments can go to are getting smaller and smaller. And those towns that do have ranges that we can use, they're becoming more limited because they need to ensure that their own police department can train there. So having other departments come out and train is not really beneficial, and they risk losing those. So the locations are going down, time to travel goes up, and we need to ensure longer term that we have a space that we can go to train. But beyond that, as Mr. Boudreau was bringing up, this isn't just about firearms training. Certainly being able to be proficient in your firearms is incredibly important. We have to have 100% range accountability in where that projectile goes when it goes down range. But beyond that, and I think the more important thing, is when not to shoot, when to de-escalate, when to ensure that when we're accounting a potential use of force situation, we're going through our entire threat continuum before you even have to go to that firearm. So this type of situation allows that to happen. It puts officers, as Mr. Boudreau was saying, in situations that are not just a simple range. It's testing you through a number of different procedures. There's an old saying in law enforcement, don't hope to rise to the occasion, expect to fall to your training. And that's really, I think, what this is about. We can expect that we will be falling to our training. So if we don't set that floor high enough, if we don't ensure that the officers in our department and our surrounding communities are receiving the right training, expect that they're going to fall to what level of training it is, which I fear might not be adequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The gentleman at the center mic.
Kevin Gens, 43 Marion Road Extension. Some of this might be a little bit repetitive to what other folks have already said, but I'm going to hammer a little bit on budget and then just kind of throw out some alternatives. Scituate Police is requesting to borrow $2.5 million for a 4-lane firing range. You're talking about saving maybe $35,000 a year. I know you're saying it's a separate budget, but simplifying the math, it wouldn't pay for itself for 60 to 80 years. Doesn't take into account potential interest, maintenance, which you're saying maybe is going to get offset by other towns, and the fact that a facility like this is probably not going to last that long. Comparable in neighboring towns have been facing all sorts of tight budgets, cutting town services, and we don't want Scituate to end up in that same spot. I spoke with Chief Thompson about a week or two ago. I understand that Scituate Police wants to go above and beyond in terms of their training, but I think we can achieve that without the town taking on these costs. I'd say I propose we explore some other options, such as one, we could utilize mobile training services, which would also reduce the OT and travel costs. Plymouth County Sheriff's Office has an advanced 3-lane mobile range available for police departments in the county. I believe they still offer this for free. They loaned it to Hull for a week in 2024. Hingham, Halifax, Duxbury, they've all used it. Cohasset, but funnily enough isn't in Plymouth County, that they use a Sudbury-based mobile company for a fraction of the cost as well. So they bring that right on site. I know some of that training might not be the same level that this facility would offer, but it would still kind of, offer that supplemental training and meet most of the requirements. Second option, we can make a partnership with some of these local towns like Hanover PD. Plymouth County also has a massive firing range that's available, but make a partnership with one of these, carve out dedicated time at these other facilities. A third option could be reevaluate a less expensive option like the 2-lane proposal that was originally proposed years ago. And then option 4, I think we could split the cost up front. I know this has been discussed, but if all these other towns are really interested in using it, why are we going to take maintenance fees when we could just split the cost right away? So those are my points.
Thank you. From the town, Mr. Boudreau.
not going to spend a lot more time on this. The Plymouth County does not allow for long-run gun shooting, which we need. It doesn't have the same functionality that we need. The issue also is access. There's a lot of departments trying to use that. When can you get it? When can you train? When can you use it? And we talk about it doesn't have the level as this one does. It doesn't raise to that level. This is about providing the best training that we can to our officers, not about providing enough training, the minimum training, maybe a little bit better than what other people have, but not as good as this over here. This is to provide our officers, our department, with the absolute best training they can have. And as the chief said, it gives us the opportunity when we're done to take those officers, sit down, go through these scenarios. What happened here? Why did you do this? What's the de-escalation? It is a lot more than just going in and shooting guns.
Thank you. Gentleman to my right.
Gordon Price, 48 Manlot Road. My comments will be brief because a lot of it has been said by Mr. Boudreau and the chief. We've all seen instances in shootings around the country involving police, and the first question that's always asked is what was the policeman's training? I really want to make sure that if I have the need to have police respond to my home for some reason or some incident that I may have to be involved in, I want to make sure that they have the absolute best training possible. Equipment in law enforcement has changed dramatically. The arms that the policemen are expected to carry in 2025 are totally different than what was being carried 5 or 10 years ago. We equip our firemen, we equip other, our school department, our teachers with the absolute best training possible. It's short money. And I had the opportunity to participate in the Scituate Community Policing Academy back 6 or 8 months ago. If you really want to know what this department is capable of, the love that they have for this community, and the desire that they have to do the absolute best job possible, the next time that academy is offered, sign up for it, because your eyes will be opened up tremendously to see what is happening up there at the station. I'm an abutter of the station. I welcome it. If I hear a few bang-bangs at some point during the day, that's not going to be a problem for me. And I'm sure it's going to be designed so that it is going to be absolutely state-of-the-art. And again, it's the training, as Mr. Boudreau has mentioned and the chief. We need to have the knowledge that the people who are serving our community in law enforcement have the absolute best training possible. So I'm fully supportive of going forward with this issue.
Thank you.
I swear last time, there will be no bang-bangs. You will not have any bang-bangs, Dr. Price.
Is there any further discussion with regards to item T as in Tom?
Yes, there is.
Lady at the center mic.
Ann Burbine, 10 Pennycrest Road. I fully support what you're doing. I think it needs to be done. I just want to know, where are you putting it? Please tell us. Where is this going to go? That's my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Boudreau.
For the town.
If you're standing looking at the station, back left corner, behind the landing strip next to the shed.
And how much land is there?
Plenty.
Does that, I'm not sure. I mean, this
It will not go off the property and impact further into the conservation area. It will not impede the helipad that we have there for our med flight. So there's plenty of space to fit what we need without impinging on anything that we can't impinge on.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I fully
Thank
support
you.
this. Thank you.
The woman to my left.
Okay, Joan Lowry, Williamsburg Lane. And my concern is I just want to make sure that there isn't an ICE presence at the police station at this firing range. They've already crept, they already crept in to our town, and they've been here since at least last September. They're, they are having training at the O2X
Excuse me,
Human
ma'am.
Performance.
Does your statement pertain to the building of the firearm building?
Absolutely. I don't want any ICE presence in this town at all. Absolutely not. And so, therefore, if they're going to be training there, I don't want them in this town, and I wouldn't vote for it. Yeah, it's
They will not be. They will not be training there.
okay, because you did say other people will be training there, so you'll be getting money from
Other
them.
departments, local police departments. We are not
I'm sorry?
training with other local police departments. We are not training with ICE.
Okay, but so Scituate will never train ICE, but right now they are being trained at O2X Human Performance down in the harbor. They got almost $100,000 from ICE.
That has nothing to do with the town of Scituate. We have no part in that. That's a private company that has a contract with the
Okay,
federal
but
government.
just know that
So
ICE
that's
is
not
in
us.
this town, and as long as it's not going to be
Thank
at
you,
the
ma'am.
police station, thank you.
Gentlemen to my center, are you standing for item T as in Tom?
For item T, Frank Kilduff, 125 Chief Justice Cushing. I'd like to encourage everyone here not to vote for this, specifically because even though it would be lovely to have a shiny new facility for our police, it's an issue that I think should be dealt on a regional basis, or at least a county basis, rather than Scituate suddenly becoming the host for other police departments that might wish to use the facility. I think spending $2.5 million kind of just, well, we need it and we need to bring our police officers up to a specific level of competence is great, but I think it's a misuse of that money, and it could be better used to plan a regional type of facility. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam to my right.
Ann Burbine, 10 Pennycrest Road. I move the question.
All right, thank you. There's a motion to move the question, meaning move this item T. All those in favor to move the question, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Majority ayes have it. We will move to a vote. This particular line item requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the funding the police. If you'd like to be recognized, please come to the mic, and the question was moved. So I have followed procedure.
Excuse me, I've been coming to town meetings for 25 years. Every person gets at least one chance to talk on an item before we close it. And we had 3 people standing at this mic ready to talk. So must be a new precedent.
Sir, with all due respect, it's not new precedent. Yes, everyone gets a chance to speak prior to the question being moved for. I'm going to take a vote on item T. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of item T of funding the police firearms training range, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I will ask 7 people to rise to question that vote, and we will take a poll vote because I cannot declare that a 2/3. Seeing 7 folks, we will ask for our tellers to take their stations. Everybody needs to gather their pink voting card. Okay. All right, are the tellers posted? All right, I'll call the vote again. All those, the tellers are all posted and they will count. All those in favor of item T, raise your cards, your pink cards, and the tellers will take a manual count. Okay. Everybody set? Tellers? Okay. The right rear bleacher, Chris?
9.
Do you want? Right front bleacher, Penny Scott Pipes? Right rear floor, Kathy McGowan?
15.
Right center floor, Carolyn Sones?
6.
Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee, Allison Short.
16, 1-6.
Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
4.
Left front bleacher, next to the visitors section, Richard Lambert.
2.
Left rear floor, Kylie Storm Dooley.
19.
Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
7.
And left front floor, including the moderator, clerk, selectmen, and registrars, Richard Harding. 22. All right, all those opposed to funding item T, raise your pink cards. The tellers will take a count. Okay, are tellers complete? Okay. Right, and just a reminder, this requires a 2/3 vote. Right rear bleacher, Chris Maraki.
8.
Right front bleacher, Penny Scott Pipes. Right rear floor, Kathy McGowan.
11.
Right center floor, Carolyn Sones.
16.
Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee.
3.
Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
1.
Left front bleacher, next to the visitors section, Richard Lambert.
3.
Left rear floor, Kylie Storm.
12.
Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
12.
And left front floor, including the moderator, clerk, selectmen, and registrars, Rich Harding. We'll tally the votes. Those in favor were 108. Those opposed was 72. The item fails. We will be moving, there was also a hold on item Z of the capital plan, the portable ADA restroom. Resident who held that, please come forward. Gentleman to my right.
Gordon Price, 48 Manlot Road. First of all, I want to thank Jim Boudreau, the board, especially Susan, for helping get the sanitation facility at Egypt Beach last year. I'm on the Beach Commission. I joined the Beach Commission 2 years ago, specifically with the desire to see that we have sanitation facilities at all of our beaches before too long. So we did get a start last year, and I'm pleased to see that there's money in capital budget for this coming year. I would maybe just ask what the plan is for that $100,000. Susan, I guess, would be the, through you, moderator. Susan would probably have the best information on that.
For the select board, Susan Harrison.
Thank you, Gordon. It's to purchase one, and if you recall, to rent for one season costs us $36,000, and the lifetime of one of these facilities is 10 to 20 years. So it makes financial. We for the first year it was a preliminary. We want to try it out. We got great reviews. People loved it. So we opted to buy because it's a better business decision for the town.
Excellent, thank you. Just another comment. The Beach Commission did put out a survey about, I think, 3 months ago, asking what the desires were of the residents of Scituate on a number of issues. And by far, the biggest issue was sanitation facilities at beaches. I think 75% of the respondents, and there were many hundreds of respondents, 75% of those respondents said that the sanitation facilities were utmost in their mind. So I'm glad to hear that we're making additional steps to do that. We unfortunately have issues with storms, so we would love to have some permanent facilities at some of our beaches. That may or may not be, a reality that we can pull off. But at least we have excellent movable facilities, such as we had at Egypt last year. So if we get a storm, we can pull them out. But I would ask, and I know Susan is going to be our advocate on the board for this, I would like to see another facility at Peggotty in 2027. The issue there is sewerage. And there is water at Peggotty down by the ramp to get onto the beach, but there is not sewerage and there is not electricity. But I'm hoping that the town will be able to find some dollars in maybe next year's capital plan to work on getting a facility at Peggotty, and then hopefully maybe the year after at Minot. So we are working toward that end. We heard loud and clear what people want. And the Beach Commission, and I know the board, is going to be strongly behind seeing that we keep moving forward on that issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion on item Z? This will require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? I declare it passed unanimously. The last item held was item EE, the headworks upgrade. Gentleman to the center mic.
Richard Mitchell, Lois Ann Court. I have no bone to pick with this. I'd just like for $6 million somebody to flesh it out a little bit more and tell us what the money is going for, what part of the project this won't fund, if there's a follow-on piece to this. Thank you.
Thank you. For the town, DPW Director Kevin Cafferty.
Excellent. Thanks for asking the question.
Again, we welcome everybody for tours at the sewer treatment plant. It's a very exciting tour and one of the most popular in town. In the beginning, in the headworks, we have bar screens. The bar screens block all the material that comes in. We have to go in and clean it by hand. We had a facility study that was set up 2 years ago. One of the things that came up with is we want to do more automation as well as minimize the size of the amount of materials that go through the bar screens. Right now it's a 1 inch, we'll bring it down to 2 millimeters, and we'll also have a much safer area that'll be more OSHA compliant to clean the headworks of the plant. Any other questions on that? Or?
If there are any questions, please identify yourself and come to the microphone.
Part of my question was, are there any remaining expenses for this project?
This is
other than what's listed here? Is there some follow-on piece or?
This is part of the master facilities plan. The plant does need a lot of upgrades. This is stage 1.
This is stage 1?
Yes.
And what does stage 2, 3, and 4 add up to?
That's part of the plan that's still ongoing, and they're still doing evaluations of the different
You got a
components.
best guess at how much that's going to be?
I do not at this time. It's still ongoing.
Thank you. Lady to my left.
Mary Ann Lewis, 18 Lighthouse Road. I just had a quick question. Is this something that could possibly be bifurcated into stages? You did mention the improvements require additional stages beyond this, but this particular stage, is it something that could be split into over 2 fiscal years or different borrowing cycles? The chairman mentioned that we're facing some gathering storm clouds fiscally, and maybe we might have a better idea of where we're at with all of that this time next year in terms of our tax levy and operational budget considerations. Thank you.
For capital planning
Yes, so
committee?
this isn't funded through the tax levy. This is supported by the wastewater enterprise fund, so it's funded through receipts. So it's from betterments, it's from usage, all the money that they bring in. So this does not impact the town's tax levy.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It did say in the warrant that it was under borrowing, so that's why I assumed that's the case. But my question remains the same. Is it something that could be?
The enterprise fund does borrow. It services debt through its receipts that it brings in.
Is it something that could be bifurcated, or is it a one?
No, it has to be done as one project, otherwise the costs would go up, and then you're putting the new stuff into stuff that isn't fixed. How's that?
Understandable. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the floor for item EE, the headworks upgrade. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? I declare the 2/3 vote passed. Yes. And that concludes our capital plan. We will move to Article. What? Jamie's going to do it? Article 4, the operating budget. This will proceed in a similar manner, where once the motions are heard and seconded, I will ask for holds on specific lines so you can address any we can address any specific questions that you have. For the Select Board, Jamie Gilmore.
Good evening, everybody. I'll try and make this sharp, clean, crisp in respect of everybody's time. Motion Article 4, Fiscal Year 2027 Operating Budget. I move that the town raise and appropriate $107,444,745 and transfer from the Golf Enterprise Fund $112,195, from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund $352,784, from the Water Department Enterprise Fund $609,563, from the Transfer Station Enterprise Fund $203,848, from the Waterways Enterprise Fund $238,442, from Debt Premium Reserve $1,165, from PEG Access Cable Revolving Fund $222,286, from the Wind Turbine Revolving Fund $200,000. From the Solar Array Revolving Fund, $200,000. From the Septic Loan Fund, $25,318. From the Opioid Stabilization Fund, $112,068. From premiums reserved for public safety debt exclusion, $5,798. From premiums reserved for library renovation debt exclusion, $1,785. From premiums reserved for middle school debt exclusion, $21,257. And from premiums reserved for the new Cushing Hatherley School debt exclusion, $489, totaling $109,751,743 to the general fund for the purpose of funding personal services and expenses for town operations as may be necessary for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2026.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Gilmore?
Well, this is your operating budget. So this is how we're funding this. It's been scrutinized. It's been looked at. I'm sure advisory will have a comment as well. We voted in majority for this.
Thank you. From the Advisory Board, Chairman Dan McGuigan.
The Advisory Committee voted unanimously in favor of the fiscal year 2027 operating budget, maintaining a level service budget in critical times at the years of expenditure and more to come. This presented a responsible budget. So again, 8-0 in favor.
Thank you. Before we go to discussion and take a vote, I'm going to call out the line item numbers. If there is a hold, please yell hold loudly so I hear you. We will start with Section 123, Select Board Town Administration. 131, Advisory Committee. 132, Reserve Fund. 135, Finance Director and Town Accountant. 141, Assessors. 145, Treasurer and Collector. 155, Information Technology. 158, Tax Foreclosures. 159, Cable TV. 161, Town Clerk. 171, Planning and Community Development. 192, Property Liability Insurance. 210, Police. 220, Fire. 230, Combined Public Safety Dispatch. 295, Shellfish. 300, School Department. 310, Regional School Assessments. 400, Public Works. 410, Facilities. 423, Snow and Ice. 424, Streetlights and Beacons. 510, the Board of Health. 541, Council on Aging. 543, Veterans Agent. 549, Commissions on Disabilities. 561, Facts Substance Abuse Program. 610, the Library. 630, Recreation. 650, Beautification. 691, Historical Buildings. 720, Debt and Interest. We have a hold on 720. 911, Plymouth County Retirement. 912, Workers' Compensation. 913, Unemployment Insurance. 914, Contributory Group Insurance. 916, Federal Taxes. I'll call a vote on the operational budget, less line item 720. This only requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the operational budget, less item 720, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I declare a unanimous vote on the operational budget. Would the resident who held item 720 please come to a mic? Identify yourself and your address and your question.
Hi, Kyle O'Connor, 115 Glades Road. It looks like the debt and interest line went up 34.5 or so percent. Can you just explain why the increase is so big and what's driving that?
Our Finance Director, Nancy Holt.
Good evening. The reason that the debt service budget has gone up so much is we issued a bond in December, and that included $25 million of the Cushing-Hatherley new school. So that's why it is going up so much.
Further discussion?
Sorry, one more question. There's a gentleman that keeps saying it's within the borrowing limit on the last question. Maybe he could explain what's the excess that's within the borrowing limit for the, I guess, whatever the head is and whatnot. I'm a little confused on why it's up 34%, but we have excess limit for borrowing 6 or whatever million. Thank you.
Thank you. The headworks is out of the sewer enterprise fund that was voted earlier on the consent agenda. The Cushing-Hatherley School is a debt exclusion that was voted at the ballot as well as at town meeting when the project was approved. That debt is outside of the limits of Proposition 2.5 and is added to the tax bill for the amount that is being paid back in debt, principal, and interest. Did I get it for you, Mr. O'Connor?
Sir, if you stay at the mic, please.
Sorry, I'm not trying to belabor the point. I'm confused on what the gentleman keeps saying, that it's not increasing the borrowing limit when we're up 34%.
Everything else within the debt limit that we have under the operational budget, which is $2 million set by the Financial Forecast Committee, is within. We did not exceed that amount.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of item 720, the debt and interest service, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I declare it unanimous. The operational budget pass. Okay. Moving right along, we are going to go to Article 12, Community Preservation. From the Select Board, Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening again. This is a motion on Article 12, Community Preservation. I move that the town hear and act on recommendations from the Community Preservation Committee, the CPC, on the fiscal year 2027 Community Preservation Budget and pursuant to Mass General Legislative Chapter 44B, the Act, to appropriate and/or reserve the sums of money as indicated below. 1. To meet the administrative expenses and all other necessary and proper expenses of the CPC for fiscal year 2027. 2. For the acquisition, creation, and preservation of open spaces. 3. For the acquisition, creation, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of land for recreational use. 4. For the acquisition, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of historic resources. And 5, for the creation, acquisition, preservation, and support of community housing. Appropriations for the items below are to be expended first from any existing reserves for the purposes of such item, then appropriated from community preservation fiscal year 2027 estimated revenues, with any excess to be approved from community preservation unreserved funds unless otherwise specified below. All such sums appropriated are further to be expended subject to all the terms and conditions of the applications regarding such projects filed with the CPC and the votes of the CPC regarding approval of such items. Item 1, $297,520 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2027 estimated revenues to be reserved for the creation and support of community housing consistent with the Act. Item 2, $297,520 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2027 estimated revenues to be reserved for the acquisition and preservation of historic resources consistent with the Act. Item 3, $297,520 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2027 estimated revenues to be reserved for acquisition and preservation of open space consistent with the Act. Item 4, $74,380 From Community Preservation Fiscal Year 2027, estimated revenues for administrative expense of the Community Preservation Committee. Item 5, $221,175 from Community Preservation Fiscal Year 2027, estimated revenues for payment of debt relevant to the athletic field renovation project voted as Article 12 Annual Town Meeting, April 2019. Item 6, $1,200,000 for recreation basketball courts construction. And item 7, $200,000 for historic resources Mordecai Lincoln renovation.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second.
Second.
Mr. Gilmore?
The Select Board voted unanimously for this. The CPC is a very dedicated committee for our town. They go through quite a bit of rigor throughout the year, looking at all applications. So we felt this was a very good, useful, efficient application to the law. Thank you.
Thank you. For the advisory committee, Mrs. Seidel.
Thank you. Yes, the advisory committee reviewed each of the 7 CPC items. 1 through 5 are essentially housekeeping items. Item 6 is a continuation from last year's town meeting, where we approved $100,000 for the design of a new basketball courts at the high school. Next steps from that meeting were to complete the design after conducting public outreach. That was completed, and the final design incorporates feedback from the public, and the bidding process was completed. Scituate Rec is requesting $1.2 million for the construction portion of the 3 basketball courts. Item 7 is for continued investment in the historic Mordecai Lincoln property. $200,000 is being requested to address the most pressing issues to support the continued renovation of this very important historic property. The advisory committee recommends approval of this article, a unanimous vote, 8-0 in support.
Thank you. And from the Community Preservation Committee, Mr. Fennelly.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First, I'd like to recognize the CPC members in the committee, Ann Burbine, Jill Caffrey, Matt Chase, Skylar Chick, my vice chair, Penny Scott Pipes, Elise Russo, Meg Stillman, Jack Whitaker, and I'd also like to recognize Jamie Gilmore, who's the Select Board liaison to the committee, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Andrea Gillis, who's our admin and does a lot of work for the committee. I'd like to thank the Select Board and Advisory Committee for their review and approval of the proposed projects. I'd also like to thank the other community preservation members and anybody who's been at the meetings that we've had covering these projects. The committee voted for these 2 applications. The first project is for the replacement of the basketball courts behind the high school. Those are formerly known as Kozlowski courts, and I will always know them that way, and we all miss Al. This is requested by the Scituate Recreation Department. The courts are heavily used throughout the year and on weekends, and they are also used for fundraising for the Scituate Basketball Association. All 3 courts are over 20 years old, in need of repair, and at the end of life. Scituate Basketball Association has been funding various repairs from 2019 to 2024, but a study done in that year showed high moisture levels such that surfacing companies will not even warranty work done on these courts. The new courts are needed and will be replacing the same footprints that's there today. The construction will include entirely new court systems with correct foundation and current state-of-the-art material. It includes basketball posts, spectator stands, fencing and drainage improvements to prevent future vapor transmission issues through the concrete slab. And it will also provide ADA compliance for access to all. This was voted unanimously by CPC. The second project is a continuation of the Mordecai Lincoln facility restoration and renovation. The Mordecai Lincoln Property Committee is requesting $200,000 for the continuing renovation of the property and structures. This is the second request of anticipated several more requests that will be coming forth in future meetings to preserve and upgrade the property and its historic structures. The request is to take care of the most time-sensitive issues identified by John G. Wade Associates, who is the committee's professional consultant. The funds are intended for site-wide landscape drainage and accessibility planning, main house and the mill exterior structure assessments and mitigation, building and site use options, and initial implementation for those. It will also include security needs and the implementation of those, additional National Historic Register research and documentation, and community engagement. These funds will help mitigate pressing needs to protect against future decay of the key structures while engaging the community in long-term options for education and recreation. The request from community preservation funds is based on an estimate of probable construction costs prepared by the applicant's consultant, plus a small contingency budget. Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to approve these requests. In closing, I would like to thank the taxpayers of Scituate who provide most, if not all, the funding for these projects. Now, we'll open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fennelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, this article requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the Community Preservation Article 12, say aye. All those opposed? The vote is unanimous in favor. Okay. We are now going to move into, since several of the next articles were passed on the consent agenda, we're moving to Article 17, amending zoning bylaw. There are about 4 or 5 articles in a row that are fairly, I've been communicated that it's been fairly housekeeping issues. There are a lot of folks that have to speak to it, so we're going to try to keep moving this right along. From the Select Board, Freya Schlegel.
I move the town amend the Town of Scituate zoning bylaws by adding the new definition for modular dwelling unit to Section 200 in such location as to insert it in alphabetical order in the definitions appearing therein, and further amending the definition of impervious surface to match previously promulgated stormwater regulations as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second for the board, Freya?
We voted 5-0 in support of this article. This is just housekeeping.
Thank you. From the Advisory Committee, Megan Bigelow.
Thank you. The Advisory Committee also recommends approval of this article. We voted 8-0, unanimous vote in favor. The review was done by the zoning zoning bylaws, and the definition is being added for clarity reasons. Again, it's a housekeeping issue.
Thank you. From the Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Thank you. The Bylaw Review Committee recommended approval of this by unanimous 3-0 vote.
Thank you. And to submit the planning report, Rebecca Lewis and Karen Joseph will speak to the article as well.
The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8, 2026, and continued on January 22, 2026, and February 12, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, the Board voted unanimously to support the passage of the article at the April 13th 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow the town of Scituate to include two new definitions in the zoning bylaws. The definition of modular dwelling unit is taken from the state protected use accessory dwelling unit regulations and is added for clarity. Definitions of impervious surface is proposed to be amended and match previously promulgated stormwater regulations on October 27th, 2025. The planning board supports this article.
Thank you. And for the planning board, Karen Joseph.
Good evening. This is a housekeeping article. It's to add the modular dwelling unit definition and a definition of impervious surface. Modular dwelling unit is straight from the ADU regulations, and it's added for clarity. An impervious surface is straight from the stormwater regulations promulgated last fall after advertised public hearing.
Thank you. Seeing there's no discussion, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? I declare 2/3 passed. The article passes. Move on to Article 18 for the Select Board. Freya Schlegel.
I move the town amend the town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending the table of uses in section 420 as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? Second.
This is also a housekeeping article. The select board voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
Thank you. The Advisory Committee, Megan Bigelow.
This article amends the table of uses as related to ADUs, as the table of uses was not completely updated with the ADU bylaw amendments when those amendments were initially approved. The Advisory Committee recommends approval and voted 8-0 to recommend.
Thank you. The Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Thank you. Bylaw Review Commission recommends approval of this article by a vote of 2 with 1 abstaining. Thank you.
The report from the Planning Board, Rebecca Lewis.
Planning Board report to the town meeting, Article 18, amend zoning bylaw section 420, tables of uses. The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8th, 2026, and continued on January 22nd, 2026, and February 12, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, the board voted unanimously to support passage of the article at the April 13, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow for corrections in the Town of Scituate bylaw tables of uses to correct inconsistencies in the zoning bylaw and align with state laws. The Planning Board supports this article.
Thank you. Karen Joseph, the Planning Department.
The table of uses. This is a housekeeping article. This article allows for corrections in the table to correct inconsistencies in the zoning bylaw and align with state laws. The table is not completely updated when we did MBTA communities and the ADU regs, and correcting errors as child care facilities are allowed in all districts.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the floor? There being none, this article requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? I deem and declare it 2/3 passed. We will move now to Article 19 from the Select Board. Freya.
I move the town amend the town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending section 450 as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? We have a second.
The Select Board voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
Thank you. From the Advisory Committee, Megan Bigelow.
The Advisory Committee also voted 8-0 in favor of this article and recommends.
And the Bylaw Review Committee, Nick Damasio.
Thank you. Bylaw Review Committee recommended approval by a vote of 3-0 unanimous.
Thank you very much. And the report from the Planning Board by Ann Burbine.
The Planning Board hereby, excuse me, hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8th, 2026, and continued on January 22nd, 2026, and February 12th, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, the board voted unanimously to support the passage of the article at the April 13, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow for a new section in the Town of Scituate zoning bylaw for construction site preparation standards to include no site work shall begin until all permits are received, and storage of materials shall be incidental to site preparation work unless gravel removal is being conducted per a permit by the general bylaws. The Planning Board supports this article.
Thank you. For the Planning Department, Karen Joseph.
This is a new section being added to the zoning bylaw for clarification to conform with planning board permits that site work can't begin until all permits are obtained, and storage of materials must be incidental to site prep unless gravel removal is being conducted per permit. It's necessary to close some loopholes for material storage on site.
Thank you. Any discussion from the floor? There being none, this also requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 19, say aye. All those opposed? I declare 2/3 in favor. Article 20, for the Select Board, Freya.
I move the town amend the Town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending Section 520 as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? Seconded?
This was basically just cleaning up language around our water bodies, and we voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
From the Advisory Committee, Megan Bigelow.
This article addresses high water mark details and adds additional detail on invasive species cutting. After discussion about a 400-foot buffer, the 150-foot language was decided on. The Advisory Committee voted unanimously in support of this article.
Thank you. From the Bylaw Review Committee, Nick Damasio.
Bylaw Review Committee voted in favor of this Article 20 by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Report from the Planning Board from Ann Burbine.
The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8th, 2026, and continued on January 22, 2026, and February 12, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, the board voted unanimously to support passage of the article at the April 13, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow for the inclusion of the 150-foot non-disturbance buffer zone to include from the high water mark of Old Oak and Bucket Pond. This is in addition to Tack Factory Pond and the reservoir, as all are surface water supplies of the town of Scituate. A clarification on vegetation cutting, or removal is added for physical removal or cutting of invasive species if approved by the Conservation Commission in an order of conditions. The Planning Board supports this article.
Thank you. And from the Planning Department, Karen Joseph.
This change is a collaboration from the Water Resource Commission and the Planning Board. The change allows for the inclusion of the 150-foot non-disturbance zone to include from the high water mark of Old Oaken Bucket Pond. This is in addition to Tack Factory Pond and the reservoir, as they're all our surface water supplies. A clarification on vegetation cutting was added for physical removal or cutting of invasive species if approved by the Conservation Commission.
Thank you. And from the Water Resources Commission, Bruce?
Thanks, Maura. Bruce Arbanese, 23 Gannett Pasture Lane, Chair of the Water Resources Commission. I'd first like to say thank you to the Planning Board and Karen for shepherding this change. We are the instigator for this. I just want to highlight the fact, I think we all understand, that Old Oaken Bucket Pond is the surface water source for our water system. Water's pumped from Old Oaken Bucket Pond into the water treatment plant, the current one and the future one as well. It is the most important surface water body that we have. This particular change just adds some additional protection to Old Oaken Bucket Pond. I encourage everyone to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the floor? Seeing none, this also requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 20, say aye. All those opposed? I declare that unanimous. Passing. Okay. Article 21, the Select Board, Freya Shale. Sorry.
I move the town amend the Town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending Table 1 in Section 580.3 as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? I hear a second.
The Select Board voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
Thank you. For the Advisory Board, Megan Bigelow.
This article addresses the proper uses for the VCN district. The Advisory Board also voted unanimously 8-0 in favor of this article.
Thank you. And for the Bylaw Review Committee, Nick Damasio.
Bylaw Review Commission voted in favor of this article by 2-0 with 1 abstaining.
And a report from the Planning Board, Ann Burbine.
The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8, 2026, and continued on January 22, 2026, and February 12, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, the Board voted unanimously to support passage of the article at the April 13, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow for amendments to Table 1 to change some allowed building types in sub-districts of the Village Center and Neighborhood District. 1. Cottage and cottage courts should not be allowed in the new Driftway Transit Village, the NDTV sub-district, as that is a mandatory mixed-use district used for MBTA communities compliance. 2. Live-work buildings and mixed-use buildings should not be allowed in the Driftway Business Park, DBP, sub-district, as that sub-district is proposed for commercial, service, light industrial, and institutional uses. The Planning Board supports this article.
And from the Planning Department, Karen Joseph.
This is really just a housekeeping article. After we've approved MBTA communities, we went back and we found a few little glitches in the table that didn't correspond with what we voted. So we have the mandatory mixed-use district where we have to have mixed use, and that's important.
Discussion from the floor. Lady to my left.
Jean Maris, 28 Garden Road. So I'm sure that I am not clear about the specifics. So, but I do have a specific question, so you'll have to guide me here, whoever decides to answer this. On page 49 in the bigger booklet, as an example, number 1, with regard to the 10 feet minimum front, side, and rear setback, and then what is down below that, the design standard, this whole paragraph, and then the illustration there, or the renderings, whatever the architectural term is. When you're looking at those two buildings with cars parked, it looks like there's parking on the street for them. So before voting on this, do we already know what the parking situation is? Are we including any changes here? For instance, if you only have 10 feet minimum for the front, and you include in the plan parking for allegedly, say, 2 cars, and 2 cars don't fit in the spot that's there, and therefore you create your own parking spot somewhere in those 10 feet. Is this the kind of thing that we're voting on tonight within this type of an example?
No, we're not voting on that tonight. This is already in the zoning bylaw. So what this is saying is for single family, if you're putting a new single family residence in the VCN, the Village Center Neighborhood District, these are the requirements that you could have. But parking, we're requiring parking to be on site. The changes that we're voting on tonight are for the cottage court and the live-work building and the mixed-use building.
So these pieces that are on page 49 are not relevant?
No, not
Just where the red is
So
indicated.
where the red is.
You're including these, so the vote will affect.
No, the vote will not affect
It's
it
just-
because they're
okay.
already in the zoning bylaw.
Yep.
Just the 3
The addition.
places where it says, where it's red is what we're voting on tonight.
Yep. Okay, just wanted to clarify before I voted.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? There being none that I see right now. This also requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of zoning bylaw amendment section 580.3 say aye. All those opposed? It's unanimous. It passes. Okay. Article 22 for the Select Board. Freya Schlegel.
I move the town amend the Town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending section 6.1 or 610.1 as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? Second.
The Select Board voted 5-0 in favor of this article.
Thank you. From the Advisory Committee, Megan Bigelow.
The language that's included in red on page 52 was added at the request of the building commissioner. No public dissent was noted at the inclusion of this language. The advisory committee voted unanimously to support 8-0.
Thank you. And from the Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Bylaw Review Commission voted in favor of this article 3-0.
Thank you. And for the report of the Planning Board, Patty Lambert.
Good evening. Thank you for coming. The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8, 2026, and continued on January 22nd, 2026, and February 12, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On February 26, 2026, the board voted unanimously to support passage of the article at the April 13th, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article propose to amend paragraph A to indicate all required lot area must be contiguous, and to amend language in paragraph B by striking the phrase buildable lot area and inserting required lot area before the phrase must be contiguous. The Planning Board supports this article.
Thank you. And for the Planning Department, Karen Joseph.
This is a housekeeping article. It really is a clarification that all required lot area is contiguous. We wanted just a clarification.
Any discussion from the floor? I'm not seeing any. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of passing Article 22, Zoning Bylaw Amendment 610.1, say aye. All those opposed? I declare it unanimous in passing. All right, we're on to Article 23. We are going to handle Article 23 in a little bit of a different manner because it had a couple of different subjects within the same article. We're going to have two motions on this article. You should all also have a copy. The Planning Board has submitted an amendment. If you don't have a copy of this, you can find it in the back table in this green paper here. So the amendment was presented and voted on by all boards prior to coming tonight. So for the Select Board, the first motion, Susan Harrison.
Okay. For the first motion, you do not need the green paper. We're going to move 620.1 and 620.3. I move that the town amend the Town of Scituate zoning bylaws by amending section 620.1 and 620.3. As printed in the warrant. Sorry.
I have a second.
Okay. Do we have it? Yes?
Yes.
So 620.1, this is housekeeping, clarifying an article about the building height, added the building height in a residential and commercial area for a maximum height of the roof ridge as a height is measured from the average grade to the midpoint. And then 620.3 is a change from the rear yard from 8 to 15 feet for a one-story detached building in R1 and R2 districts, making the setback the same as a side yard. So there's also no change in R3 as proposed. The Select Board unanimously agreed with these proposed changes in 620.1 and 620.3. We voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. From the Advisory Committee, Linda Ferguson.
These changes were made 6 days ago, so advisory did not have the ability to vote on them. We do, however, agree loosely that the, oh no, we did vote.
Linda,
Sorry.
can you speak into the mic?
Sorry, I've been thrown off. We did vote to approve these two sections.
Thank you. So to be clear, the first motion, the Advisory Board voted in the affirmative. Correct? Okay. No, it's all good. And from the Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Bylaw Review Commission voted as amended and revised 3-0 in favor.
Thank you. And we'll just do one report and one presentation, right? Report from Patty Lambert.
So this is in two parts, as we said. The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on January 8th, 2026, and continued on January 22nd, 2026, and February 12th, 2026, when the hearing was closed. On March 26, 2026, with the revision on April 9th of 2026, the board voted unanimously to support passage of the article at the April 13th, 2026 annual town meeting. The changes in this article allow for amendments for section 620.1 and 620.3 as follows. Under 620.1, clarification language is added for building height in residential and commercial areas for maximum height to the roof ridge. This clarifies a maximum height in all districts across town. Under 620.3, the rear yard depth is being amended in R1 and R2 districts from 8 to 15 feet, making rear yard setbacks equal to side yard setbacks for one-story detached accessory buildings. Planning Board approves this.
Thank you. For the Planning Department, Karen Joseph.
620.1 is a clarification housekeeping article. It really clarifies the maximum height to the roof ridge in all districts. 620.3, it changes the rear yard setback from 8 to 15 feet for one-story detached buildings in R1 and R2 districts, making the setback the same as the side yard. No change in the R3 district is proposed.
Is there any discussion on the first motion that is on the floor? Yes, gentleman to my left.
Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. I'd like to get some clarity in a flood zone, what is considered the average finished grade of the ground, because I've seen a number of houses that have been put on driven pilings, the existing house, then they've torn them down and put a 35-foot house on top of the driven pilings, now being 40, 45, 50 feet off the ground. So I just want to make sure that somehow we are closing this loophole. And the second statement I'd like clarity. And the second thing is the 35-foot height restriction was put in based on a house built on Jericho Road that took complete advantage of the old rule, which said the average height of the building can be 35 feet. So they made one side 25 and one side 45. So what in this is going to prevent people from basically making much larger and higher roofs, blocking the views of their neighbors and people inland of them, especially along the coast?
All right, so average height is determined by the building commissioner. He comes in and he'll do a calculation for your average height. In the residential district, you have a 35-foot height from the average grade to the midpoint of a gable or a hip roof, and so that's where the 35 feet is measured from. All we're saying is the bylaw already says you can have 40 feet in a residential district. We're clarifying that you can have 45 feet in the VCN district because you're allowed 40 feet in that district for the height.
All right, well, that still doesn't clear up the fact how that average, the ground is calculated once driven piles are put in, because obviously the piles can be up to 10 feet off of what was the ground, but they're still allowing 35 feet. So I'd ask the building inspector to maybe answer my question.
Yeah, I think that the building commissioner should answer your questions.
Yes.
Bob Vogel, our building commissioner.
Good question. It is a confusing issue sometimes. The average height for a typical slope-roof colonial cape, whatever you want to call it, is measured in two ways. One is halfway up that pitch from the eaves to the ridge, and the other is the ridge. The average height is measured from the average grade at the foundation. In cases where the limits are being approached, We do a calculation of the finished grade, where it hits the foundation, taking a point grade at every 5-foot interval around that foundation and averaging the elevation of those point grades. And then measure from that elevation up to either midway to the roof or to the peak. And both of those criteria need to be met. You can't not meet the total height and in some way, create a design that meets the average height between the eaves and the ridge. Now, when a home is put up on pilings, the grade elevation is considered where the finished grade, again, meets the base of those pilings. That's where you start your measurement. And the height of that building, pilings and building both, again, is constrained by those same dimensions, 35 feet halfway up the slope and 40 feet to the ridge. In the one case where you take an already quite large house and maybe for FEMA elevation reasons, take that same house and put it up on pilings. You're not building a new house, you're taking an existing house and putting it up on pilings to meet FEMA flood regulations. In the definitions section of the zoning bylaws, you are allowed another 10 feet to the ridge to account for the fact that the house is already existing, it was already quite tall, you've put it up on pilings to meet FEMA regulations and the zoning and building codes, and so that 10 feet of assumed 10-foot rise provided by the pilings is accommodated by, again, a definition in section 200 of the zoning bylaws that allows an extra 10 feet height to the ridge in that one specific case. Further questions?
No, it's just that I've seen what I described, which is an existing house that was one story, put up on the pilings, and then a new house built on top of the pilings that include the 10 feet plus the allowed. And that would mean that they've gotten a 40-foot rise from their original thing. And if I'm understanding the way this is written, that should not be allowed. Am I correct?
If the case you describe is accurate, I guess I would have to say you're correct. I think I'd like to see the actual structure and see the plans that were approved in order for it to get built. I can't imagine that happening, truthfully, unless it happened many, many years ago before these regulations were in place. It's one of the things that certainly is controversial, and it's one of the things that we in the building department and zoning department are very careful to monitor and to control.
That's all I'm asking, is that going forward that this interpretation is what is intended. Whatever's happened in the past has happened, and there's no correcting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion or questions on the motion? There being none, this requires a 2/3 vote. We are just voting on the first motion for Article 23. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? I declare it 2/3 passed. On the second motion for Article 23, this is where we'll be addressing the amendment at hand, the green sheet of paper from the Select Board. Susan Harrison.
Okay, I'm going to read the revised motion, and that's your really, really bright green paper. Move to amend section 620.4D as written below. D is at-grade construction such as patios, driveways, walkways, pool decks, and other decks of a height no more than 30 inches above the surrounding grade shall be allowed to extend to the property line, provided that such development does not increase runoff from the property. Decks over 30 inches above grade, including balconies, stairways, and landings, shall meet the requirement of the preceding paragraph and not extend into the setback more than 18 inches, except stairs and associated landings may extend into the setback when such extension is necessary to meet building code egress requirements. Rebuilding, repair, or extension of pre-existing decks, balconies, stairs, and landings shall not be allowed to create a nonconformity where none exists, and shall not be allowed to increase a nonconformity where one exists. The provision of Section D shall not apply to any building permit issued before April 15, 2026.
The motion, do I have a second? There's a second?
Okay, the Select Board, we appreciate all the collaboration on this article. The Select Board looked at this as a compromise. The proposed new regulation of requiring an 18-inch setback from your property line for your deck would apply only to new construction for houses with decks where land where there was no building had previously exist. The proposed regulation would also apply to existing decks. Not apply to existing decks. The proposed language would allow repair and reconstruction of pre-existing decks. And lastly, the most recent update, if you need to raise your house, typically based on FEMA requirements, the proposed language allows stairs and landings required for code egress to extend into that setback. We're in favor of the changes as written and thank the Community Planning Board and Building and Planning Departments for listening to feedback and coming to what we think is a good compromise. The Select Board voted 4-1 in favor.
Thank you. For the Advisory Board, Linda Ferguson.
So sadly, the write-up in the booklet's a little outdated now. The standard procedure has always been that departments make presentations to advisory and select boards so that we can review all items, discuss and ask questions on behalf of the town's residents. We vote and then we submit write-ups with information we gathered and make our recommendations. Based on votes by select board and advisory, the planning board did go back and make changes a few weeks ago. We were able to adjust our write-ups accordingly. Then they went to print. 6 days ago, the planning board made more changes. The advisory board was not able to fully discuss the new changes or get more information, which is unfair to us and to the residents of Scituate. We did not take a revote. So here we are. Our bylaws are not perfect. State and federal regulations often change and require updates to our town bylaws. Some of the booklet information on the deck restrictions is still pertinent, so I hope you read it. The advisory committee did not feel the setback restrictions in 620.4D were appropriate for Zone 3. The very definition of zoning is that different zones require different regulations. The deck section will only directly affect a small number of properties, and in some cases maybe only one property on a street, because most of the properties in R3 are built close to, if not on the property line. Most, if not all, existing structures are built well within this new proposed 8-foot setback. And all those existing properties will be grandfathered, leaving the bylaw to only affect a very few number of properties. It is also a mistake to think that this bylaw only affects brand new homes. It also affects any properties that don't already have an existing deck or structure up to that property line. The feeling is that people are taking down beach cottages and putting up houses that tower over their neighbors. But this bylaw does not change that. People will still be able to take down a home and replace it with the equivalent of a 3-story home with a rooftop deck, which, as you can imagine, is going to impact not only their neighbor's privacy, but that of the whole block. What this bylaw will do, though, is prevent those who've had homes in their families for decades and because of flooding have to raise their house. They will not be able to have a deck like all of their neighbors. To apply such prohibitively restricting bylaw, going from essentially no setback to 8 feet on each side for such small lots in R3 for just a few properties in the neighborhood will not provide privacy for anyone, but it may likely devalue these properties. Our town should not be doing anything that selectively enforces restrictions when the entire rest of the neighborhood does not have to abide by those same restrictions because they're being grandfathered. This bylaw is fine for most districts, with the exception of R3. The purpose of zoning bylaws is to apply bylaws based on the zone's needs and requirements in keeping with the character of that zone. Coming up with a bylaw that speaks directly to Zone 3 and the character of that neighborhood is a wiser choice. The majority of the advisory committee voted not to support Section 620.4D.
Thank you. For the Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Bylaw Review Commission voted in favor of the amended changes by a vote of 3-0.
Okay. And the report from the Planning Board, Patty Lambert.
So this is an addition. I'm not going to read all about the Mass General Law. Under 620.4, a new paragraph D is added and sections are related to add a provision that at grade construction for patios, driveways, walkways, pool decks, and other decks of a height no more than 30 inches are allowed to extend to the property line as long as they do not increase runoff from the property. Decks over 30 inches above grade and balconies cannot extend into the setback more than 18 inches. Stairs required for egress to meet the building code will be allowed to extend into the setback. Rebuilding, repair, or extension of existing decks, balconies, stairs, and landings shall not be allowed to create a new nonconformity where none exists and shall not be allowed to increase a nonconformity where one does exist. A clause was added so the bylaw would not apply to any building permit issued before April 15, 2026. The paragraph is added to help ensure every resident has privacy on their property. The Planning Board supports this article.
Thank you. From the Planning Department, Karen Joseph. Anything to add? Oh, you're going to say it? Okay. Patty Lambert, pardon me.
That's okay. The proposed new section 620.D addresses setback limits for decks over 30-inch above grade. It is being put forth now as the Planning Board finally has had a chance to do some bylaw housekeeping in response to concerns raised over several years. It is important to stress this bylaw, if enacted, will affect only new construction where no building existed or where an existing building is extended. Repair, replacement, and reconstruction of a pre-existing non-conforming deck will still be allowed as long as no new nonconformities are created. I know this is confusing. What is allowed? 1, present zoning allows eaves, cornices, and bay windows to extend 18 inches into the setbacks. All decks will be allowed that same extension. Stairs and landings to meet the egress requirements of the building code will be allowed to extend further into the setback. This should allow for at-grade structures to be elevated. The proposed limits will help address abutter concerns with lack of privacy and the right to enjoyment of their property. Additionally, the proposed limits will adhere to fire separation requirements of the state building code. This bylaw is good for the entire town. New construction will not be allowed to unduly encroach on the privacy rights of abutting properties. It will help preserve the character of Scituate so water views can be enjoyed by many. This bylaw was developed in conjunction with the Planning Commissioner, who has a few words to say as well. Thank you.
And our Building Commissioner, Bob Vogel, add some additional clarity.
Thank you. Patty said pretty much everything that I have written down as my
Can you
script.
speak into the mic, Bob, a little bit? Yeah.
Sorry. There you go. So Patty said most of what I was going to say tonight. I think the issue that we have tried to address over the past really several months and several public hearings on this zoning is the purpose of zoning. Zoning was created for a couple of reasons. One was fire safety, and it's interesting to read the history of zoning, but a lot of it was initiated or pushed forward by the Great Chicago Fire of the 1890s. And the other issue that zoning tries to address, I think, is privacy. Scituate's present zoning allows uncovered decks or balconies at any height above the ground to go right to your property line. On the other hand, if the deck is covered, it's considered part of the structure served, and then it has to meet the same setbacks as that structure. So if your house is in an R3 zone, then you have an 8-foot side yard setback. If you've got a covered deck, that setback is maintained, and the deck can't go any closer to your property line than 8 feet. What's proposed here is that the zoning would extend to any uncovered deck higher than 30 feet above grade, 30 inches, above grade. 30 inches happens to be what the building code requires as a maximum height before you need a railing. So that seemed like a good thing to focus on. There's a couple of issues and topics in support of this change that I think are pretty compelling. First, the residents of Scituate, you come to Scituate in part at least because you want some degree of privacy. And it's less of a priority, obviously, at the coast where houses are very close together. And the desire for privacy really is overwhelmed by the desire to be on the ocean and to view the ocean. And that's completely understandable. On the other hand, if a neighbor has a deck near my property, say it's not away from the coast, and it's 6 or 7 or 8 feet in the air, anybody standing on that deck, obviously, again, has a full view of my yard, what's going on in my yard. And so thinking of the rights of neighbors, the rights of abutters, that's sort of where this issue is coming from. You know, when you move to Scituate, you're not in Quincy anymore, you're not in the triple-decker in Dorchester. Most of us, I think, don't live along the coast. Most of us would like to have some privacy in the green space around our houses. If the deck's 30 inches off the ground, I can put up, if I choose, a stockade fence. I can put in some reasonable greenery that's going to give me the screening and the privacy I need. But if the deck is 9 or 10 feet above the ground, that's simply not possible. The other issue is a little bit more technical, but there is a fire safety issue. The Massachusetts Building Code regulates wood house construction within 5 feet of the property, and any wall that's built within that distance or closer has to have a 1-hour fire resistance. The houses that burned in Minot a few years ago obviously predated that regulation. But the code does note specifically that balconies and raised decks must meet that same fire resistance requirement if they're within 5 feet of the property line. The second point that I think needs to be thought about is that this really isn't, and Patty's touched on this really isn't going to affect a great number of people in a negative way. The new regulations, the way they're written, would apply only to construction of new houses and decks on land that hasn't been built on before. While there is no land along the coast, I'm thinking, I'd have to go lot by lot, but not many unbuilt upon lots that are right along the waterfront. When you're enlarging an existing home along the waterfront, yes, the restriction would apply. If you were not non-conforming when you started and you wanted to make the house bigger and become non-conforming, that would certainly be a controversy. That's, again, not likely to happen because the way the language in the proposed bylaw is you can go to the extent of your existing decks. If you've got a deck that's already too close to the property line, you can recreate that. So any rebuild, any elevation, any raise and reconstruct project would stay within the limit of what was there previously without a problem, and would only be sort of scrutinized if those limits wanted to be exceeded. You could repair or rebuild or reconstruct any existing house, any existing deck, pretty much in any circumstances. Again, Patty hit on this, but there will be situations where not grade structure, where now you walk out the door and you're on grade or on a patio or on a deck that's only a couple of feet off the ground. If they're elevated, now you've got a problem. However, you will be able to build your platform and stairs to egress and enter that house within the setback if that's necessary, again, with no special permit or any problem with doing that. So we feel that situation's been covered as well. I'll take any questions on this if there are some.
Any discussion from the floor? Gentleman to my left.
Sure. Gregory Morse, 167 Tack Factory, Pond Drive. This bylaw change is rather significant for the town. We've never had setbacks to decks anywhere in any of our zoning districts. There are hundreds of properties in towns that are in this town that don't comply with what we're proposing for a setback. This bylaw change feels rushed. We had multiple meetings or public hearings with the planning board to discuss the language of this bylaw, and I walk in tonight and see that there's even a further revised motion from what we've been discussing for the past several months. One thing that was not addressed at all along the way is section 620.4C of the zoning bylaw, which is in direct conflict of what's being proposed here. 620.4C specifically allows unroofed porches in setbacks. And so I ask, how can we be talking about decks here? We'll just get applicants coming in with unroofed porches. 620.4C allows it, and it needs to be addressed concurrently with this bylaw change. So if I can get an answer to how 620.4C is going to relate to 620.4D, I have probably a couple more questions.
Who wants to take that?
First,
Bob?
let me find it.
It's on page 55 of the advisory board booklet if
Thank
you want to go there.
Thank you, Maura. .4C has always been in the zoning bylaws, or has been for a long time. And it speaks to the architectural components, if you will, of of a home, talking about cornices and eaves, but it also talks about steps and, yes, unroofed porches. You know, the 18 inches, again, is to allow something like a bay window or a very ornate Victorian cornice, for example, or your front stoop and a couple of steps coming down to project into the setback. There's no proposal to change that language, and in fact, that 18 inches is allowed in the language, again, repeated in 620.4D.
I believe that 18 inches is specific to cornices and eaves not extending 18 inches in width. Steps, unroofed porches are allowed into any required yard if they don't have an 18-inch requirement. So the bylaw, what I'm getting at, seems rushed. This really should have been addressed.
I don't read it that way, I'm sorry, but that certainly wasn't the intent. Actually, the 18 inches is being allowed for the new regulations concerning decks, just as it's allowed in C.
Any further questions?
Yes, continuing on. We've heard by and large that this is about decks. It's about privacy and public safety. Privacy, we just voted in a building height. We can have a building height of 35 and now up to 40 feet, 8 feet away from a lot line. And now we're talking about a deck being what's going to encroach on someone's privacy, when I can have a 35-foot house 8 feet from the lot line with bay windows looking into my neighbor's yard. Looking at the first sentence of this bylaw has very little to do actually with decks. It talks about at-grade construction of patios, driveways, and walkways extending to the property line as long as the development does not increase runoff from the property. I believe that's stormwater runoff. That has nothing to do with public safety or privacy. The first sentence here prohibits me from putting in a brick walkway from my front door out to the mailbox at the street because it's going to direct runoff out to the street. We have a stormwater bylaw, a very extensive one, which addresses stormwater issues. Why is stormwater being brought into a deck setback? It doesn't seem like the right location for that. Can I get some clarification?
You brought this up in the public hearing, and we addressed it in the public hearing. The whole idea is so that you don't increase your runoff onto your neighbor's property. We're just saying you can have that stuff, but don't increase the runoff to the abutting property, because that's not right. You don't want your patio sloped like this onto your neighbor's property. It's appropriate for this bylaw.
I heard in the presentation from the chairman of the planning board a statement that was decks are further allowed into the setback, especially on a site where you're raising an existing house, for example, for FEMA compliance. I point you to the last sentence here that says stairs and landings shall not be allowed to create a nonconformity where none exists. But the second part says, and shall not be allowed to increase a nonconformity where one exists. We have many buildings that are down along the ocean front that go up on pilings. They're non-compliant with front yard setbacks. They're too close to the street. When the building goes up, they're going to have to add stairs to it. I think the intent of the bylaw here is to exempt stairs, but that's not how it's written. That last sentence says that you can't increase the nonconformity. So how are you going to do that? How are you not going to allow an increase in nonconformity while allowing stairs? Again, I think the bylaw is rushed. The language isn't making sense here. I urge everyone to vote no on this.
Thank you. Any additional questions about the bylaw?
Yes, Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. I live on a non-conforming lot. A non-conforming lot wanting to do most of these types of modifications would have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeal. Is that correct? Even after this bylaw is passed?
I'm sorry, say again, please.
So most of the properties that we've been talking about, including my own, are non-conforming properties. They're less than 10,000 square feet. They're not regular in dimensions and stuff.
Correct.
If they wanted to make most of these changes to those properties, they'd have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is that correct?
Most of what kind of changes, sir?
The ones that
The
are
ones that are
mentioned
proposed.
in this part, decks, driveways, et cetera, whatever.
No, nothing's intended to make this an issue for the Zoning Board of Appeals, except possibly a deck over 30 inches off the ground. Nothing else has changed. Driveways, patios, pool decks, decks at, elevations less than 30 inches off grade.
Less
Does that
than,
answer your question?
but we're talking about decks over 30 inches off grade. Most of this thing is talking about things that are up in the air, more than 30 inches, that need rails and need stairs and need for egress.
Correct.
And if I wanted to modify my property and put a deck 20 feet in the air out of my second floor house, and have to bring a set of stairs down the side of it that are within the 8-foot setback, since on a non-conforming lot, I'd have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals to do that.
Only if the deck did not conform to this new regulation, yes.
Can you speak right into the mic, Bob?
All right. All right.
If the deck did not encroach on your setbacks, then the answer to that is you would not. A stair coming off the deck, as I understand, or as I interpret this,
right, you need
would be allowed within the setback. The deck would need to stay within your allowed property, exclusive of the setback.
Okay, gentleman to my left.
Mike West, North 44 Amy's Way. Now you got me really confused. So if I have an open structure, like I say I want a pergola or a porch that's open roof, does this setback apply, or no, what he's saying, it's under 40C, it's open, so it doesn't apply?
It applies if your platform for that pergola is over 30 inches off the surrounding grade.
Okay, so back to what he's saying, so 40 whatever C is, open roofs are now no longer, they're out too because they're over 30 inches.
Correct.
Okay, so this is a real change. This isn't a housekeeping issue.
No.
I don't think it was put forth as that. That's why it's a separate vote.
Okay.
Yes, it's a real change.
I think we should table this too, because I don't think the town in general knows how they're going to be affected by this. I think it was very confusing. I thought I was still okay, but now you're saying anything over 30 inches cannot go close to the property line.
If it already exists, it's fine.
New, not new.
New, yes, that's true.
Okay, and what was the impetus for this?
I think the impetus is, if you think of the possible situations, there's two sides, obviously, to every issue. One is the rights of the homeowner to build something, to improve his property, to do a pergola, to do a balcony, to do whatever.
Right, which you're taking away with this.
However, your neighbors also have rights. They
Correct.
have rights to the quiet enjoyment of their property. They have rights to some sense of privacy, that they're not being observed all the time. So it's a balance. There's
So
no question
their
about
rights
it.
supersede mine as a property owner who pays taxes.
Well, so do your neighbors.
Okay, what if they're a renter?
What if?
All right, I think we should table it as well. I think it's unclear, and I don't think people understand the real ramifications of what you're trying to pass through here.
Is that a motion, Mr. Westort?
It's fine.
Mr. Westort,
Yes?
is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to table this article to further review, and people can have more input from the town. Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to table, and there's a second. Any additional discussion? This does not require discussion. It just requires a majority vote from town meeting to table this. All those in favor of tabling the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. There you go. Majority wins. We'll table that. Yeah, that was just on the second motion. The first motion passed. Right. That was just on 620D, everyone. Okay, we're going to keep moving. I want to remind people that this meeting will adjourn at 11 p.m. And the way it's looking, we may be here a second night if we don't get through. So we're going to keep going. We've got a number of things to do. We are now at Article 24. General Bylaw Amendment from the Select Board. Nico.
I move that the town amend the Town of Scituate General Bylaws by amending Section 32050 as printed in the warrant.
There's a second for the Select Board.
Thank you. Article 24 makes some changes to our stormwater regulations to clarify definitions, improve clarity of stormwater rules, and better explain how administration of the stormwater bylaws is carried out by our town agents. This article was vetted by all boards, and after careful discussion of multiple rounds, the Planning Board further clarified this article for town meeting. The Select Board unanimously supports passage of the final form of this Article 5-0.
Thank you. And for the Advisory Committee, Linda Ferguson.
So again, this was changed recently. The advisory committee did vote on the floor 3 hours ago to approve this or unanimously support this article because Section C was removed. Thank you.
Thank you. For the Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Review Commission also voted to approve this as amended, 3-0.
And from the Planning Board, Karen Joseph.
All right, the stormwater regulations were revised October 27, 2025, after a planning board public hearing, so the town would be in compliance with federal MS4 laws and state law by an agreed-upon date with the EPA of December 31st, 2025. Town Council, Planning, and our MS4 consultant felt it best to update the bylaw to be consistent with the regulations and comply with federal and state requirements, as we don't want the town to be fined. To that end, we had 3 public hearings for the general bylaw revisions, despite not being required to have a public hearing. Planning does this to help keep the public informed. Many of the changes are trying to align the bylaw and regulation together for EPA compliance. Much is housekeeping. And it's really just adding a bunch of stuff that the EPA required us to have in the bylaw. You know, adding language for MS4 compliance, adding things for like you have to over 40,000 square feet. The Planning Board is interested in preserving and improving the water quality in our town, and stormwater permits have helped do that. Our requirements are stricter than the state. However, we feel that is right for Scituate, as at least half the town does not live on acre lots. Scituate has changed over the years from a community with many cottages along the coast to year-round residences on the same smaller lots. Many lots would not be buildable today. Scituate is a desirable place to live, but not all the lots can support every person's desirable amenities. The requirements in here for stormwater bylaw will do what the EPA wants us to do.
Any discussion on the floor? Woman to my left.
Mary Ellen Schloss, 50 Manlot Road. I just have a question, just looking for clarification. I'm just becoming familiar with this. So I'm just under Section 4, applicability. Can you just clarify what is there any de minimis project, or is anything that creates any additional impervious surface required to get a permit? And does anybody who needs a permit for anything, are they required to hire a professional engineer? I thought that's the way I read it, but if I could just get that clarification.
Well, I didn't really hear you all that well, but we have the applicability. Any new development where you meet the thresholds, any new development is going to, you have a new house, you're going to need a stormwater permit. And any project that renders more than 25% of a lot impervious is going to need a stormwater permit.
Okay, so it's not, 10 square feet of pavement isn't going to trigger the threshold. It's just, I was having trouble interpreting that 4A1. So what is the threshold? Is it 25%, 15,000 square feet?
So if you have a new house lot, you're going to need a stormwater permit.
Yes, absolutely. But if you have an existing house and you want to create...
If you have an existing house that you increase the impervious area over 25%, then you're going to need a stormwater permit, or you disturb more than 15,000 square feet of land.
Okay, so that's the threshold. That's what I was looking for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, questions? Lady to my left. Yep.
Good evening, Mary Ann Lewis, 18 Lighthouse Road. If a stormwater permit is required for the scenarios that you just articulated, what is the rough estimate of the cost of satisfying that stormwater permit? Isn't it a rather extensive solution to meet the guidelines that you're proposing?
The planning board doesn't think so. If you're building $1 million house and with the stormwater to actually do the permit, it might cost $10,000 with peer review, a small fraction of the cost of building a house.
And I don't know if any of my friends who are still in attendance at town meeting can speak to that know any more about the design or engineering or implementation costs of that. I'd appreciate some additional clarification. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Question? Yes, gentleman at center mic.
Kyle O'Connor, 115 Glades Road. Just clarification on impervious surface area. You're applying that definition only to driveways?
No, impervious surface is any impervious surface on your property.
I'm sorry, the gravel notation for paved and gravel compacted dirt surface roads and driveways?
Yeah, so we added the portion that if you have a gravel driveway, which is the same as a gravel road, that's considered impervious.
Okay, but not parking areas, just driveways.
If your driveway has a turnaround, that's the parking area. that's part of the driveway, so that would be considered impervious.
So any parking...
Crushed stone is different from just plain gravel. Has a different CN number, so...
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Crushed stone would be a little bit different. So if you do it all in crushed stone, we're going to consider it being pervious.
So crushed stone is fine, but gravel is not fine.
Gravel, compacted gravel has a high, it doesn't let a lot of water through.
Okay. Loose gravel being acceptable.
Loose gravel is considered impervious. There's a difference between gravel and crushed stone. I'm kind of not really getting your question.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is if a resident adds a parking area out of gravel, and that pushes them more than 15,000 square feet, or 25% of their small lot, which may be more applicable for people in the coastal areas, do they have to go through?
Well,
the
not
additional-
unless they're doing some other thing on their property. If they're building an addition and they meet the thresholds, then maybe they would need a stormwater permit. If they don't meet the thresholds, if they're building an addition, then they don't need the stormwater permit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I saw language here that if you disturb more than 25% of the lot area.
Yeah, if you disturb, no,
But
if
you're not, but you're not
if
doing.
you're adding more than impervious, then 25%, then you need a stormwater permit.
Okay, so you do need it even though you're not doing physical construction to the house. If you're just adding what.
It depends on what you're actually doing.
Well, I understand, but you're changing the definition of what an impervious surface here is in this act. That's why I'm asking the clarification.
Yes, and it's already in the stormwater regulations.
I understand, but you're changing it here as well.
Yes, we're changing it here to match that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There being nobody additional at the microphone, this general bylaw amendment requires a majority vote. We're voting on general bylaw amendment section 32050, stormwater. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm going to do a poll vote on that. Sorry, guys. It's too close for me to call. I know that's not what we want at 10:20. Take out your pink cards, please. We'll try to do it swiftly. All right. Everybody's in position? All those in favor of Article 24, please raise your pink cards so you can be counted. My pen's dead. Actually, it just might be this. It just might be the paper. Okay. Rear right bleachers, Chris Maraki. 3. Right front bleacher, Penny Scott Pipes. I'm sorry, what? 10. Right rear floor, Kathy McGowan.
8.
8. Right center floor, Carolyn Soanes.
5.
5. Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee, Allison Short.
17.
Thank you. Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
3.
3? Okay. Is that what you said, 3? 3. Okay. Sorry, just making sure. Left front bleachers, next to the visitors section, Richard Lambert.
2.
Left rear floor, Kylie Storm Dooley.
16.
Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
5.
Left front floor, including the moderator, clerk, selectmen, and registrars, Rich Harding. 1-8. All those opposed, please raise your pink cards. Looks like it's fine. Right rear bleacher, Chris Maraki.
7.
Right front bleacher, Penny Scott Pipes. 0. Right rear floor, Kathy McGowan. 5. Right center floor, Carolyn Soanes. 5. Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee, Allison Short.
1.
Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
0.
Left front bleacher, Richard Lambert.
1.
Left rear floor, Kylie Storm Dooley.
6.
Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
4.
4. And left front, including the moderator, clerk, selectmen, and registers, Richard Harding. 0. If I had to guess. 29. The article in motion passes. It was only a majority vote. It was 87 to 29. Sorry to make you go through that. Okay. So we're going to move to Article 26 because Article 25 was approved in the consent agenda. But before we move Article 26, since there is another petitioner's article and similar topic, I will entertain a motion to take Article 39 out of order as they both pertain to the same matter. Do I have a motion to take 39 out of order?
To take that out of order.
Thank you. Do we have a second? We have a second. Patrick, want to stay there? Yep. Do you have a motion for Article 39?
Yes, I move that we indefinitely postpone Article 39 and address it in Article 26. Thank you.
Okay. So a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 39. Do I have a second? A second? Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Majority wins. We will move to Article 26. For Article 26, Select Board Susan Harrison.
I move that the town amend the Scituate General Bylaws, Section 2520, Waterways Commission, and Sections 3910, 3920, 3930, 3940, 3950, 3980, 3990, 3992, and 3100 in Waterways as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second? There's a second for the Select Board, Susan Harrison.
Okay. The Select Board, Harbor Master, and Waterways Commission is proposing changes to the Waters Bylaw to strengthen the existing bylaw and support commercial fishing. To update the bylaw, we had multiple public meetings, received community feedback. We met with commercial fishermen and presented at multiple Waterways Commission meetings. We received robust feedback from the Waterways Commission as well as the fishing community and public. Thank you all, Waterways Commission, commercial fishermen, and residents for your hard work, participation, and feedback. We incorporated the feedback we heard. Waterways approved the proposed bylaw as well as the Select Board. Article 26 proposes to update the definition of commercial fishermen to include a Town of Scituate aquaculture grant and add a surf clam license to the list of commercial licenses. Both reflect commercial fishing activity happening in Scituate today. Article 26 also clarifies that principal means of income means 51% or more of your gross annual income. We met with and heard from numerous commercial fishermen regarding the definition. Also, the commercial fishing representatives who serve on the Waterways Commission really helped us fine-tune this commercial definition. If something is your principal means of income, there was an understanding that it should be 51% or greater of your gross income. Other suggestions, including measuring the amount of landings or fish caught or effort, proved harder to document as well as harder for the town to manage. I do want to note that we recognize that there's a lot of expenses in commercial fishing industry, and we heard feedback from our commercial fishermen that gross income should be the standard. Similar to the definition for for-hire captain, there was an agreement that principal means of income should be 51% or greater of gross income in charter activity and lawful landing and sale of fish. We are recommending the term for-hire captain and not charter fishermen because it is a more inclusive of the industry in Scituate. We heard from for-hire captains that in addition to fishing, their businesses include sightseeing, whale watching, and even spreading ashes at sea. Additionally, we propose to add definitions of launch service provider, towboat assistance provider, and mooring service provider. These definitions receive far less feedback and discussion. All three are currently certified by the Harbor Master to do business in Scituate waterways, and we edited the definition to reflect that. It is really important for us to maintain and update our waterways bylaws to accurately reflect how we use our harbor for any future grants or requests for funding, and we do have a lot of future grants and requests for funding in the future. We believe that the proposed changes support our commercial fishing industry while helping the town understand other potentially growing businesses in town. The Select Board voted 5-0 unanimously in favor of these changes.
Thank you. From the Advisory Committee, Mr. McGuigan.
The Advisory Committee voted in favor of this Article 701. They were in great support of this, as we are a big commercial fishing town. Anything to strengthen that industry is we're in support of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Bylaw Review Commission, Nick Damasio.
Thank you. The Bylaw Review Commission approved this article 3-0.
Thank you. Any discussion from the floor? Gentleman to my right.
Thank you. David Duffany, 356 Clapp Road. I wish to make a motion to amend the article by removing the verbiage as proposed, who derives 51% or greater of their annual gross income.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to amend the article, and the definition, Mr. Daugherty, that is mentioned in several different paragraphs?
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Could you just tell me your motion again, Mr. Daugherty?
Sure. Quote, who derives 51% or greater of their annual gross income, unquote.
From the Select Board.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is that for all three definitions with the 51% or greater income included?
Yes.
So that would include for-hire captains, commercial fishermen, and then launch service providers?
Correct. All.
So for the hire captain, the launch service provider, and mooring service provider. Mr. Daugherty, can you write that down for us, please? It needs to be submitted in writing, just so we make sure that we get it right. Just because it appears in several different definitions. I know. So while we're getting the official written amendment, and it's needed because this definition is listed in several sections, there will be a discussion to even accept the amendment. So just giving you a heads up on what's to come. Okay.
Look at this guy. Quarterback. Great interview with this guy. He did a nice job. But it got a little fuzzy in the end, but I'm okay.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor, and I'm going to read it for you. There is a motion on the floor to amend the definitions for the for-hire captain, the commercial fisherman, the launch service provider, as follows: by removing Section E that says who derives 51% or greater of their annual gross income in charter activity and lawful landing and sale of fish. Did I represent that properly, Mr. Dauphiny?
Sounds pretty good.
Okay. Do I have a second? There is a second to that motion. This does require discussion. Discussion, please.
Sure. So I'll try to make this as quick as possible, but this is really, really important to what I feel will be the future of our industry in this town that's happened for the last 400 years. So I want to do just a little bit of history. I've been a part of the working waterfront in Scituate for the past 54 years, directly and indirectly. My family was fueled, along with my brothers and our children and my dad, to commercial fish, to harvest, bring home, sell our catch. I ran my first boat at 15 for 2 years while making summer money. 400 traps, sometimes with a deckhand, sometimes without. I currently operate the Island Girl out of Scituate Harbor and the North River. I'm permitted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for lobster with endorsements for striped bass, Atlantic mackerel, dogfish, a surface gill net permit to catch menhaden or pogies, whichever side of the state you're on. In the federal permit, I must report every trip daily. gear code, gear quality, measuring size of the trap entry, chart area, number of hauls, soak time between the last time and the next time I hauled, fishing depth, lat and long of where I start my day, number of traps, number of buoy lines, number of traps hauled, number of trawls hauled, average number of traps per trawl, my vessel information, my trip type, the date and time that I leave the harbor, and the date and time that I return to the harbor. For my offload, I have to document the species that I landed, the pounds sold to a licensed dealer, the dealer I sold to, the port I landed it to, and the date for which this happened. I'm also mandated to carry a tracker on my boat that sends a signal every 30 seconds, 24/7, 365, at my cost, where my vessel is at all times. All reporting must coincide. That's not done. For compliance, my federal or state permit will not be reissued. I'm also required to purchase and install by May 1st trap tags on all my traps. They list my Mass EEZ, my LMA1 identification, and my number. I must also carry a vessel operator permit card. For the Commonwealth DMF, I must fill out each year an economic information report that includes the vessel name, the documentation, the vessel length, the home port, the estimated value of my vessel, how much is spent on bait, the estimated value of a trap, how many crew I employed, how many gallons of fuel did I use in the fishing year. I also have a permit to sell my catch to the public. But to do that, I need to sell it to myself first before I can sell it to anyone else. Those reports are due every Tuesday. For a state license to be classified as active and to be transferred or be able to be transferred, it must meet a number of verifications. Speaking specifically to lobster, it must have been fished 4 out of the last 5 years. It had to be actively fished as defined as having been fished 4 out of 5 years with landings of a maximum of 1,000 pounds or landing and selling lobsters on at least 20 occasions in each single year. Trip reporting must be complete to have an active permit. You must also meet the transfer criteria. Whoever that permit is being sold or transferred to must be a Massachusetts resident for at least 1 year prior to transfer, must be able to document that they have a year of full-time or equivalent part-time commercial experience in a commercial pot fishery, or 2 years full-time commercial fishing experience in other fisheries. I must also meet certain specific Coast Guard regulations for my boat with the permits that we carry. I need U.S. Coast Guard approved PFDs. I need immersion suits for all persons on board. I need a survival life raft that's each year is certified and inspected. I need an EPIRB, current and up to date. Fire extinguishers certified yearly, visual distress signals and flares, navigation equipment, horn, whistle, and of course the high water bilge alarm. I also carry and am certified with AED, certified in first aid and CPR through our Fishing Partnership Support Services. Lastly, I must meet the requirements set forth by the town of Scituate to renew my mooring permit annually as a commercial mooring. I want to be clear. These are the things that allow me to be a commercial fisherman, but they are not what make me a commercial fisherman.
Almost time, Mr. Daphne.
Double-spaced. I'll skip that one. I think you get my point. There are a couple of questions I do have for clarification.
One minute, we do have a point of order on the floor. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Edward Mosier, 307 Children Road. The motion is on the income. I'm wondering where the...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you speak?
The motion is on his 51% of income amendment. I don't know how this applies to this.
I think he's getting there. I agree.
I'd wait for you. How many permits or licenses did the town of Scituate issue or grant that have a 51% financial threshold to receive a permit or license?
Is that a question?
That's a question.
Nope, just make your statement and we'll go to discussion.
Okay, there aren't any. As proposed, is there any data that was collected that showed what this 51% financial threshold would mean had it been imposed 5, 10, 15 years ago to the existing commercial fleet?
Are you done with your presentation?
No.
Okay.
As proposed, how would this definition affect our harbor? How would it affect our use of the commercial pier? How would it affect the Jericho boat ramp use? How are we treated at the boatyard because as commercial fishermen, we're allowed to work on our own boats and service? Over the years, over the 54 years I've been around that harbor, we've had pilots, we've had postal workers, we've had brick masons and masters at everything. We've had phys ed teachers, contractors, builders, DPW supervisors, oil delivery and snow removal personnel, plumbers, police chief, EP officers, DPW mechanic, firemen, landscapers, just to name a few, who also commercial fish. To hear that it's difficult to take what I just said as a minimum of what I have to do and be able to sit there and say whether or not I'm a commercial fisherman or I commercially fish, I find it hard to believe we can't manage that. We already do this, and I'm adamantly against what this would happen to the future of our fishing industry and our small boat businesses that go on. They allow us to have our children involved. They allow us to have our grandchildren involved. They allow us to have our neighbors involved. It's a gateway to the ocean. It's a gateway to so many great things that happen in their life and an experience they will never forget, hopefully. So I look for the support of the people that are here tonight. I ask them to vote in favor of removing that language, and there's plenty here that people can sit down and they can go on the website and find out whether my permit is active or inactive. There's nowhere between Gloucester and Sandwich that requires a financial number to quantify or qualify your existence in a commercial business. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion from the floor. Gentleman to my left.
Hi, my name's Kevin Norton, 8 Sangay Lane, Scituate, Mass. Also a commercial fisherman. And I'd like to thank the Select Board and the Waterways. We've done a lot of work on this. We've spent hours and hours and hours back and forth with this. And the whole point with this was to provide access to a new generation of fishermen. We were trying to provide a way for, you know, if somebody new wants to get into the business, a way for them to get in. With the cost being so high, with, you know, some of the things you just heard David listed, you know, it's a very expensive business to get into. So we put that 51% on there to help. It was a way to quantify that you were serious about it and that that's what you did for a living and that was going to be your main source of income. You know, we only have a handful of moorings in Scituate that can be used for, you know, new entries into this fishery, and this was done to protect those few moorings for people that were serious about becoming commercial fishermen. You know, and it was keeping that 51% threshold was honestly a way of making it so that it was for people that were full-time, not for people that just wanted to get, you know, a striper permit or a, you know, a tuna permit or something like that. We wanted guys that were going to be in this business full time. And that's why we took so much time with it, and we threw these ideas around, and we worked on it for months and months. So I'm kind of surprised at where we're at right now. But I don't know if I can put a motion to put it back on. But, you know, I think the way we did the work that we did was good. I think it's easy enough for us to, anyone to show to the Harbor Master's office that we provide, you know, our tax forms to show them. We show taxes for everything else to prove that we commercial fish for a living, and it's not just a hobby. And I think this can be done the way we had it. So I don't know how that works with what we just did, but
Sure.
That's where I'm at.
Thank you very much. So just to also advise town meeting, we will vote on the amendment. If the amendment should fail, we will go back and vote on the original motion. So everyone's clear. Any comment from the select board? Yeah, from the select board, Susan Harrison.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Kevin. We did go round and round on this. And I do want to remind, currently the definition is, for a commercial fisherman, is principal means of employment is fishing and the sale of catch. So we are merely trying to define that. So taking that off would basically have the definition mean that holding permits. More importantly, for hire captain, if we were to take off subsection E, who derives 51% or greater of their annual gross income for charter activity in lawful landing, a sale, a catch, I could go get a permit and qualify. All I need to do is go get a blue migratory permit. I have a boat. I have a captain's license. The goal is not for me to qualify. And I think there's a lot of for-hire captains that could quite easily qualify, and they've just got a boat that they're writing off. So we worked really hard. We worked really hard to figure out what's really happening in the harbor, and this is what we came up with as a measurement. If we take a measurement off the for-hire captain, there would be quite a few qualifying. So I wonder if we might want to take them separately.
Discussion from the floor? Oh.
Where you want to go more?
We'll go to you, then I'll go back.
Dave Deneen, 267 Tilden. I'm also the chairman of the Waterways Commission. We put a lot of time and effort into this to try to really understand that Scituate is a maritime community. Out of the state of Massachusetts, it's the third largest fishing community behind Gloucester and New Bedford. As Kevin mentioned, and David also, really important, and his family has so much history here. But the idea, again, is to really make sure that we maintain the commercial fishing industry. So the only way that we have to do this, and we knocked this thing back and forth, was to set some type of a limit so that it doesn't allow anybody that just wants to get a license and get out there and fish. And as Kevin said, really just to show that they are putting the effort in to be able to fish in a commercial way. So, thank you.
Thank you.
If I can, we did talk about it, and I don't think some of the things we talked about were brought forward, and I've spoken to those people about that, and I felt as though that's why I'm here tonight. You can do landings. As I understand right now, your permit has to be active. I explained what active meant. You have to have 1,000 pounds of landing, and you have to have them 4 out of 5 years, or 20 landings, however that qualifies, number one. Number two, we talked about, I'm not a charter fisherman, but we talked about trips. You know, there are thresholds that you can make, that you can meet, that define you better in your commercial activity. It's not just gross income. And for anybody here who thinks that in the future, somebody's going to come into this harbor and go fishing and bring their tax return down to the harbor master, or a letter from a CPA that certifies that the money deposited in their DBA account was from fishing without any explanation, it's simply, you're unable to enforce the 51%. You're unable to enforce it. And what we already do. Everything I just told you I do, which is not everything I have to do, explains my activity and my investment and what I need to do for the year. And if you're going to force somebody to go fishing on days that they shouldn't have to go fishing in order to meet a 51% threshold legally and produce that document, and you're going to make somebody fish that day to make that landing just to get over the bump, no matter what else they did in their year, I think that's sad. We have landings, we have reports, we have trips, we can set those up, and you don't have to get into the monetary threshold. Like I said, no other permit in this town or in this state that I know of has a financial threshold you have to meet in order to get it. Whether I sell hot dogs or whether I dig a ditch, there's no financial threshold to meet.
Thank you. Lady to my left.
Mary Ann Lewis, 18 Lighthouse Road. I am not a commercial fisherman. I know very little about it other than what I just heard, and probably the reason I'm not is that exhausting list that Mr. Daphne pointed out. I will say what strikes me and why I'm supporting Mr. Daphne's amendment is the 51%. How would that be enforced? And if that actually plays out in a manner that requires the harbor master to review someone's tax returns, I think that's very intrusive and very onerous. So for those reasons, I would support the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Mike.
Chris Karsha, 119 Stockbridge Road. I think listening to the discussion tonight and being that there's dissension in the ranks among the fishermen, I don't think this has been vetted enough for us to make a determination on whether we vote to table. I think tabling this or discussing it further. I don't think this is ready for prime time yet. I'd like to make a motion to table this article.
There's 1 minute. I'm just going to consult with my town council over here, because we've got a couple of motions going on. So to table the main motion is out of order at this point because we first have to act on the amendment. So,
if you wish, I can rescind my motion and yield to Mr. Karsha's motion.
if you hear a sentiment, we'll take a vote on the amendment as it has been presented. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment that Mr. Daphne has presented, which is to remove the 51% or greater annual gross income verification for the definitions of for-hire captain, commercial fisherman, and the launch service provider. All those in favor of that amendment say aye. All those opposed? The amendment fails. We will go to the main motion, back to the main motion. We were at discussion. Discussion? Senator Mike.
Chris Karsha, 119 Stockbridge. I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion, table this article.
There's a motion and a second to table this article. That just requires a majority vote. All those in favor to table this article say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. It is tabled. Okay. Excuse me? You can question the vote. Do 7 people want to stand and question my majority ruling? I'd sit. 7 people are questioning. Oh, okay. And to table is a 2/3 vote, so that's my error. So we have 7 people questioning the passage of tabling the motion. So I will ask again, and we will do a hand vote, and it requires 2/3 majority. Where's my stupid this guy? Okay, all those in favor of tabling the motion, please raise your pink card. All those in favor of tabling. Tabling the articles, sorry. All right, right rear bleacher, Chris.
2.
2. Right front bleacher, Penny. 7. Right rear floor, Kathy.
15.
15. Right center floor, Carolyn.
8.
Right front floor, Allison Short.
15.
Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
5.
Left front bleacher, Richard Lambert.
1.
1. Left rear floor, Kylie Storm Dooley.
13.
13. Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
5.
And left front, including moderator, clerk, selectman, and registers, Richard Harding. So that was yes to table the article. All those who vote no to table the article, please raise your. All right. Left rear bleacher, Chris.
7.
Right front bleacher, Penny Scott Pipes. Right rear floor, Kathy McGowan.
2.
Right center floor, Carolyn Soanes.
2.
Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee, Allison Short.
3.
Left rear bleacher, Ann Breen.
0.
Left front bleacher, Richard Lambert.
2.
Left rear floor, Kylie Storm Dooley.
6.
Left center floor, Linda Plowman.
4.
And left front floor, Richard Harding. 10. This requires 2/3 to table. The motion has been tabled 2/3 majority, 68% to 31. The article is tabled. All right, it being 10:59, we have several articles to continue. I don't think anything good happens after 11 o'clock. We have too many because several of them were pulled out of the consent agenda. So, okay. Before I make a motion to adjourn for this evening, we will commence tomorrow at 7 p.m. and conduct the rest of the business that is on the warrant. Please bring your advisory books back with you. If you want to leave your pink cards here at the back of the table, that would be great as well. Thank you for coming this evening and for all your input. I will take a motion to adjourn and resume tomorrow, Tuesday, April 4th.